Good morning and welcome to the Aviation Day Conference. The European Union is fighting a battle in multiple fronts to overcome the crisis caused by the pandemic COVID-19 that has already claimed millions of lives and destroyed businesses and employment worldwide. With the distribution of vaccines, we have reached what could be a turning point in this pandemic. Portugal holds the presidency of the Council of the European Union and is committed to help define common policies and achieve ambitious targets to the path of the economy recovery. The aviation sector has been heavily affected in this current pandemic context, of course. But it's important in European Union, European cohesion and economic prosperity cannot be denied, and it will play again an important role in the future. Thinking about the recovery, strategies and making the sector grow again is today one of the great challenges. So, under the auspices of the Portuguese presidency, ANAC, the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority, organized this conference with the purpose of promoting the debate about the present and the future of aviation. Several national and international speakers will be with us to debate resilience and innovation in this area. Thanks to the organization to invite me to this conference. Thank you so much. And to participate and learn more about the aviation, of course. And thanks to all the speakers and the audience who join us today. Welcome aboard. The journey begins. And now, and to the opening ceremony, let me introduce Luís Miguel Ribeiro, the Chairman of the Board of the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority. Welcome, Luís. Please, the stage is yours.
Mr. Pedro Nuno Santos, Minister for Infrastructure and Housing, Madame Adina Valean, Commissioner for Mobility and Transport, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you present here and to everyone attending this conference online. It is an honor to be hosting this Aviation Day Conference under the auspices of the Portuguese Presidency of the European Union. We are very pleased to be able to welcome you here in Lisbon, our beautiful city, and of course to be followed online. We would love to see you all in person, but these challenging times we are facing, hybrid events will continue to provide us with alternate means of attendance, at least for a while. We are proud and very happy to have such distinguished speakers today that I'm sure will provide very important and fruitful discussions on the recovery and the future of European aviation. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone involved in the organization of this event. For the Portuguese presidency of the Council, it is very important to strengthen Europe's resilience and citizens' confidence in the European social model, promoting a union based on the common values of solidarity, convergence and cohesion, a union able to act in a coordinated way to recover from crisis. To this end, the Portuguese presidency is working on three main priorities. One, promoting a European recovery leveraged by the climate and digital transitions. Two, implementing the social pillar of the European Union as an essential element to ensure a fair and inclusive climate and digital transition. And three, strengthening the strategic autonomy of a Europe open to the world. This Aviation Day Conference will be debating on the present and future of aviation within the framework of the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic situation. This pandemic poses an unprecedented challenge for Europe and the whole world. This global health crisis has had dramatic effects on societies and economies of EU member states and worldwide, requiring urgent, decisive and comprehensive action at European and national levels. In Europe, the social impact of the reduction of air travel was particularly harsh and may amount to around 7 million direct and indirect jobs lost. It is also the region where the growth of demand is slower, indicating that the recovery from this health crisis will be longer than we all initially estimated. The need to restore passenger confidence in air transport requires a coherent set of rules and procedures across borders and domains. The car takeoff guidance, the guidelines to restore transport services and connectivity adopted by the Commission, and the health safety protocol by EASA and DCDC are examples of how aviation authorities and industry have done extensive work to implement harmonized and mutually accepted safety, security, and facilitation measures. This guidance built a necessary framework for member states to work on a coordinated manner and create a basis for restarting aviation in Europe, facilitate the gradual and safe restoration of commercial air transport, and reduce the risk of SARS-CoV-2 transmission at airports and on-board aircraft. Although many measures were already implemented, we must continue to work to prepare joint and coordinated responses at regional level, ensuring a gradual and safe resumption of air transport consistent with the epidemiological developments, bringing clarity and, as much as possible, stability to the sector. But we must also be forward-looking and use this downtime to prepare the aviation sector for the challenges of environmental protection and the importance and the opportunities that lie ahead in digitalization. This is why the conference and all the topics under discussion are of the utmost importance. The Aviation Day Conference is divided into 3 panels related to the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union motto, time to deliver a fair, green and digital recovery. Panel 1 will discuss the recovery of the aviation sector during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, debating the aviation sector recovery perspectives in the short and the long term, focusing on what may contribute to a swifter recovery, promoting mobility in the midst of the pandemic control, such as the digital green certificate. Panel 2 will emphasize the possible contributions of aviation for a greener economy, the strategies and actions being developed within the aviation sector in order to achieve the climate neutrality goals aligned with the Paris Agreement and with the European Green Deal. We will look at the insights on the green policies that are being developed, touching upon the current developments concerning sustainable alternative fuels and the way to greener and quieter airports. And finally, discuss the possible role of fiscal policies to those objectives. Panel 3 will look at digitalization as a driver of aviation recovery, enabling new streamlined processes and increased efficiency, and new possibilities and ways to interact with customers and other businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope this conference can provide an occasion to reflect about the future of aviation and its importance in the context of economic recovery post-COVID. The recovery process will take considerable efforts by all stakeholders, but we must not forget our main objective: to maintain a competitive market with business opportunities, providing connectivity, employment, and economic added value, as well as a safe and sustainable air services for passengers. Today we have an opportunity to rethink, restart, and reconnect, promoting resilience and a cost-efficient, fair, socially balanced, and sustainable aviation sector. I wish you an excellent day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luís Miguel Ribeiro, the Chairman of the Board of the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority. And now we receive in this stage the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, Pedro Nuno Santos. Welcome, Minister. Please take the floor.
Obrigado, Rosália. Obrigado a todos por estarem, nomeadamente àqueles que estão aqui presentes fisicamente, também precisamos. Good morning all, Mr. Luís Ribeiro, ANAC's President, that also shares with me the opening of the conference. It's a pleasure to be in this conference organized by you and our Portuguese regulator that is highly respected in Portugal and outside Portugal. Good morning to all the participants in the Aviation Day Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living a moment that demands critical action We politicians and we as a community must be up to the challenge. In Portugal, we have identified the sectors that are critical for the economic and social recovery and that are key for our industrial future. For the Portuguese government, the aviation is essential for a geographically peripheral country, a sector that directly creates thousands of qualified and well-paid jobs. Therefore, we are supporting the Portuguese air navigation service provider, NAV, which is publicly owned and will remain public, and in that condition gathers every year thousands of millions of euros for Portugal in exportations. NAV is a good example of what we want for Portugal, qualified and well-paid jobs in an organization that is a net exporter. Portugal has also been engaged for a long time in bolstering the aeronautical industry that is growing in Alentejo, as this is another good example of a high-tech industry that exports almost everything that it produces and that is generating hundreds of jobs in a typically economically depressed region. We are also making one of the biggest investments our country has ever made in an enterprise in the aviation sector. We are making a long-term and solid investment in TAP, Portugal's legacy airline. We are simultaneously a partner, the main shareholder, and the long-term investor in the airline. We will take the necessary time for the airline to implement the common strategy agreed between the European Commission, the Portuguese state, and TAP. We know that in the short term, the restructuring plan will be very challenging for the TAP workers, which constitute TAP's main value. Together, we will build a more sustainable airline and we will secure more than 7,000 jobs in Portugal. We are not looking for short-term dividends and, in consequence, we will not engage in social or economic low-cost strategies. We don't want a low-cost economy. Only public intervention can guarantee that, by establishing social and economic standards like the minimum wage and labor standards, and by pointing the way forward, will the economy develop. I can assure you that with the state as the main shareholders, TAP won't implement policies that don't respect the workers' rights and the labor laws of the several countries where it has activity. We will not embrace any dumping strategy as at least one very famous airline company. We support an aviation sector that stands for its quality. The Portuguese government supports policies that should avoid a race to the bottom, and we invite all the aviation sector stakeholders and all the EU member states to unify efforts in order to stop this type of conduct. Another good example of these are the ecological challenges that the aviation sector faces. All around the world, the industry is greener each day, mainly because of the incentives that have been laid out by the public owners. With the state as a main shareholder, we can guarantee that TAP will be one of the greenest and most comfortable airlines. The great majority of hours flown by TAP will be in new and highly efficient airplanes. It was also with the state as a main shareholder that TAP celebrated last week a breakthrough partnership with a leading company in the intermodal air railroad transportation. This is the path that must be followed, and in the future we also want a strong partnership between TAP and the Portuguese rail operator CP. Our compromise with a greener environment and with a greener aviation sector is unstoppable. In the second semester, the new passenger tax will be applied. This will conduct millions of euros to the environmental fund to help in the energetic transition to a stronger and sustainable society. Aside from the direct impact, the aviation sector also potentiates all the tourism-related activities, where we have strong comparative advantage and a well-established global competitive position. Between 2017 and 2019, Lisbon Airport had been rejecting new flights because it had reached its maximum capacity. This is unsustainable for our economy. We cannot afford to reject millions of tourists, hundreds of millions of revenues and thousands of new jobs created. We just can't, and we have to fight for those objectives. We want our people to live well, to have new and better jobs, and foremost, new horizons. This is why we are launching an environmental strategical evaluation that will define the best place to build a new airport that must respect the environment and, of course, all security standards. We have a private company interested in investing in a new infrastructure. We have the economic potential and the will of the people to have a better life. That's why the Portuguese government is firmly engaged in developing all the efforts that will lead to the construction of a new airport in the Lisbon area. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the main political and strategic lines of the Portuguese government to help the sector recover from the pandemic. I firmly believe that we will be even stronger after this crisis, but we cannot do it alone. We will need a European and a global effort. As such, I look forward to hearing your contributions for this conference, and I am sure good and sound conclusions will be reached. I wish you all a good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro Nuno Santos, the Minister for Infrastructure and Housing. Thank you so much. The opening ceremony receives to Adina Valim. Adina Valim is the Commissioner for Mobility and Transport. Welcome, Adina.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the Portuguese presidency for organizing this important conference. Our once thriving aviation sector is going through its worst crisis. Passenger traffic is still at minus 70% and is not expected to completely recover before 2025 or even later. Over the past year, we have done our utmost to support our struggling airlines and airports. We introduced flexibilities on slot requirements and ground handling. To help operators meet their bills and survive the crisis, we put in place liquidity support schemes and flexibilities in our state aid regime, which many member states are making use of. We also have high hopes that as our vaccination campaign advances and with the digital green certificate, we have proposed to facilitate travel, air traffic will take its first steps towards recovery over the summer. And we will be here to support that recovery and to turn it into an opportunity, meaning to build back better. I am among those who want to see planes back in the air, taking us on safe travels around the world. But it is also increasingly clear that greening the sector is the prerequisite, the license for it to grow and remain competitive in the future. We already have many cards in our hands. The Single European Sky reform, in particular, is a major piece of puzzle, and I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for the progress made so far on this file. Let's now do the extra mile and ensure that the general approach allows us to make a real step forward over the current legal framework. Turning to the future, our sustainable and smart mobility strategy outlines our vision for aviation approaching the twin transition of decarbonization and digitalization from every angle: technology, operations, the market, and fuels. One of our flagship initiatives for 2021 will be the Refuel EU Aviation Initiative. With it, we aim to ensure that the shares of sustainable fuels will be around 5% of the aviation fuel mix by 2030. It may not sound like much, but current levels are at just 0.05%, and we plan to reach 60% by 2050. These targets are ambitious and reflect the fact that the fuel industry needs time to ramp up capacity and production. Since they will be binding, they need to remain realistic. Airlines may end up paying a little more for fuel, but the increase should be modest. The initiative would also give a prominent role to synthetic fuels, whose production poses no threat to land use or water reserves and have the potential to become one of the main routes to decarbonizing aviation. And we will, of course, pay particular attention to ensuring a level playing field within the air transport market and ensuring the competitiveness of our industry. The shift to sustainable aviation fuels will also require flanking measures, including targeted financial support and certification for fuels. Let's be realistic, a change will not happen overnight, but that's no reason to delay. We must stand strong, clear, harmonized policy signals to the market and investors to attract the major investment in production capacity that we need across Europe. As aviation is global by nature, discussions in global fora like ICAO must also accelerate. And we must continue to convince our third country aviation partners that sustainable alternative fuels are the right choice to ensure aviation has a sustainable future. The challenge is immense, but we know what we need to do. And we need to start now, as 2030 is just around the corner. Despite the coronavirus setback, aviation is expected to grow more than all other transport sectors between now and 2050. It is inconceivable that fossil fuels continue to power this growth. Against this backdrop, I would like to reiterate my thanks for the positive energy of all actors engaged in making air transport more sustainable.
Adina Valin, thank you very much for this intervention. As Adina said, we need aviation more strong, more green to recovery. And let's go ahead and welcome to the panel one about the recovery of the aviation sector during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. To start, I welcome the keynote speaker to this morning, Eric Ololay, the General Director of MOVE in the European Commission. And Eric comes to talk about the recovery of the aviation sector during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Eric. Please turn on your microphone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now, yes. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Good morning.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rosalia, and also good morning to everyone, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day to have an aviation day. Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to deliver the keynote speech for this panel discussion. And also there is a very, very outstanding panel, so I hope that I will do my job to give them also some food for thought here. It is a real pity that I and most of us cannot be in Lisbon with you in person. And the fact that we are in this situation more than a year after the start of the pandemic speaks a lot by itself. Both in terms of the impact of the crisis had and is having on aviation, travel and tourism, as well as also how difficult the eventual recovery is going to be. I know that it might be great to think that thanks to digital opportunities, I'm able to reach out to you. But believe me, I would have so much preferred to be there and talk to you at the meeting venue, feeling the presence of people and their emotions. There are just some things that cannot be replicated through digital means, and the direct human contact is definitely one of them. Why I'm saying this? Because I do believe that aviation has still great opportunities in the future, because this is the means to bring people together across the continent, across the globe. And there is nothing that can replicate that. I could also speak in length about the impact of the crisis and show you all the detailed statistics concerning that impact to European aviation with the resulting financial losses. But unfortunately, you know them too well. And I still believe that they do not represent the whole truth about the real situation today. It is in fact worse than that. And we will only know the whole magnitude of the crisis to this sector once recovery has really started. And for that, there is still some way to go. Despite the current dire situation, we should not forget where we come from and where we want to be. Before the crisis, we had the best times civil aviation has ever experienced. And thanks to the liberalization of the aviation market nearly 30 years ago in Europe, flying has become affordable for hundreds of millions of Europeans with unprecedented number of destinations that all contributed to a very strong growth of the sector in the last decade. And we all know that market openness and competition will decisively contribute to the recovery from the impact of the COVID pandemic. The three aspects for me that are non-negotiable are connectivity, competition, and affordability of aviation. And we must preserve it. Without that, there will be no recovery. However, as said, recovery cannot be achieved only by market forces. Here in Europe or elsewhere in the world, Commission, together with the member states, has provided assistance to the aviation sector to alleviate the impact of COVID crisis and is ready to continue to do so in the future. That is also which was very clearly underlined by Commissioner Vălean earlier at her introductory speech. These measures included, for example, the suspension of rules requiring airlines to use 80% of the slot series or lose them, or the adoption of the state aid temporary framework to enhance the access to financing. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for all, but without that, of course, European aviation would have been in a much worse situation it is today. The recovery of the sector will not be about rebuilding the industry in exactly the same way as we knew it prior to the crisis. We have to do even better now. New challenges lie ahead of us, irrespective of the crisis. The key issue being the transformation of the aviation into a more efficient, more sustainable, more resilient, and even smarter transport mode. The pandemic has also shown that the EU and its member states must do their utmost to continue to preserve the integrity and enhance the functioning of the single market, inter alia, single European aviation area. It has also vividly demonstrated that concerted, proportional and timely responses at the EU level are necessary because unilateral and uncoordinated measures make it impossible for our transport and aviation systems to function properly. Through the value chains, this presents very detrimental knock-on effects to our wider economy, including the competitiveness and many high-quality jobs across the EU. And this is also why the sustainable and smart mobility strategy that was presented last December by Commissioner Vălean is very timely and important. The success of this strategy would very much depend on a solid and well-functioning single market where competition is the norm and unsubstantiated barriers are removed. The recovery from the crisis caused by the pandemic should be used to accelerate, in particular, the decarbonization and modernization of the entire transport and mobility system, including, and in particular, aviation, that results in all the transport modes functioning better, more efficiently together in a multimodal system. In addition to the important enabling role for economic recovery, this is another reason why recovery in the transport sector needs to be prioritized and facilitated. Let me look at the short term. If I start with the immediate challenges, what comes first to my mind, of course, is the upcoming summer season. The summer season may be the long-awaited restart for the industry, and we have to do our utmost to support this and help to create the necessary conditions for that. The key for this summer, besides sunny weather, which we all very much hope for, is the establishment of consumer trust and confidence in flying. Therefore, all upcoming measures must aim at the reopening of travel and safeguard public health and passenger safety. As you know, the Commission has proposed the creation of digital green certificates, which will be the proof that a person has been vaccinated against COVID-19, recovered from it, or received a negative test result. Digital green certificates should facilitate safe and free movement of citizens within the EU in a non-discriminatory way and will hopefully result in more passengers boarding the planes. We know it is not the case today. Free movement in Europe is badly hampered. One should ask how come that EU, with the key principle of free movement of persons as its foundation, is by far the slowest in terms of recovery of air services. How come we are so fragmented while other regions with less integration have been able to recover much faster? And I'm not even talking about US and China. It is because many of our member states have ignored pan-European solutions, have reverted into inward-looking isolationism. This is bad for Europe, bad for European transport, and has been particularly bad for aviation. While aviation health safety protocols by EASA and ECDC have proved that flying is safe from health perspective, it has not resonated in actions. We need coordination, including cross-border interoperability, recognition of health status. We need interoperable solutions with clarity and transparency. Against that background, passenger-related measures also that are placed today, such as testings and quarantines, will still remain in reality in many member states. We can only hope that the digital green certificates help Europe to become united again and help to restore travel. Nevertheless, this means that when opening up, member states must opt for the European solutions and not to cling to national, non-compatible, non-interoperable alternatives. Let me also underline that being vaccinated should in no circumstances become a precondition for traveling, and that's why we also need measures, testing, quarantines in place. But if a vaccinated person does not represent any risk of contagion, that person should be relieved from having to undergo other excessive measures, including testing and quarantine. We need clarity, predictability, and common approach across Europe. If I look at longer term, it is essential that we learn from the crisis and translate these lessons into appropriate measures, increasing the efficiency, modernization, and resilience of the sector against possible future shocks. Let us be clear. We need to be ahead of the events and not behind. While building up health safety and resilience, we should be well aware that the next bigger crisis could be of totally other nature. Take as an example cybersecurity challenges and the fact how cybercrime and cyber terrorism with hybrid threats has penetrated through our defenses. While becoming more digitalized, we must ask if the aviation value network is ready to deal with these challenges in case they are the source of the next big crisis. How resilient are the systems and how advanced are the business continuity plans that are in place? We must tackle these issues together and also swiftly, because this is also how we prepare for the future. The future, of course, will not be only about the resilience. Additional challenges ahead of us are irrespective of the crisis, which has clearly underlined the need to invest in the EU's pre-pandemic priorities of sustainability and smart solutions to make sure we have an aviation system fit for the next decades. We have to accelerate the sectoral efforts to reduce aviation emissions for the EU to meet its climate objectives. Without making the sector much more sustainable, there will be no license to grow. This is the political reality and clear societal expectation. At the same time, aviation is one of the most challenging sectors for the drastic reduction of emissions, as there is not one solution, but we need to build on the multiple solutions. And these include, of course, market-based measures, innovation, new technologies, like also new type of aircraft, and one of the main immediate tools to reach this goal, what the Commissioner was also talking about, and that is the uptake of sustainable aviation fuels, which has the potential to save up to 85% of emissions. There is a clear advantage of supporting the SAFs. We can continue relying on the same planes, same engines and infrastructure, and still reduce our carbon footprint by blending kerosene with sustainable aviation fuels. The Commission will soon table the proposal Refuel EU Aviation in order to create the conditions for the accelerated uptake of the SAFs. The introduction of SAF will, however, not be sufficient for meeting the climate objectives of the EU, and our work cannot stop here. the development of hydrogen and electrically powered aircrafts, as well as construction of zero-emission airports and fair pricing of carbon, will provide additional push for greening the sector. Another important tool for reducing the aviation emissions is to deliver on the single European sky, which results in more efficient air traffic management. I know I sound here like a broken record, but we cannot sideline the fact that according to Eurocontrol, up to 11.2% of the CO2 emissions can be avoided by introduction of specific measures such as more sustainable and efficient flight paths. The new CEF2 proposals therefore aim to create an air traffic management system that is scalable, cost-efficient, resilient and sustainable. Furthermore, considering both the congestion prior to the COVID crisis and the impact of the crisis of the current traffic, the scalability of the system will be of crucial importance. However, the progress in the Council has been disappointing. It seems that while recognizing the need to reduce emissions and build more sustainable aviation, when it comes to the actions, many member states back down. Just that we are all aware. The one who suffers most from this inaction and mere lip service is the whole aviation sector. Let us not forget that, and let us finally get our act together and deliver. Another challenge in the coming years will be the question how this transformation will be financed. We have to ensure that both private and public capital support the vision of sustainable, smart and resilient aviation, even more so in the future. This is why the Commission is working on transparent and clear green taxonomy criteria, which will define what can be considered green investment to enable aviation to tap into green funds. This work continues, and the support of all of you is of crucial importance. Ladies and gentlemen, before giving back the floor to our moderator, I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for organizing this event. I believe that listening our stakeholders and then making together the best efforts to deliver will bring aviation back on track towards a sustainable, smart and resilient future with many successes to celebrate together. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you all an interesting and thought-provoking and sunny Aviation Day.
Thank you, Eric, for sharing with us your view. Thank you so much. We go forward with the debate, and the debate is about the recovery of the aviation sector during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me introduce you each speaker before the presentations and, of course, before the roundtable. With us, Eamon Brennan, the General Director of Eurocontrol, Ingrid Scherfield, the President of the European Civil Aviation Conference, Rafael Schwartzman, the Regional Vice President for Europe of the International Airport Association, and Otjan de Brunch, the President of the European Cockpit Association. And now each speaker will make their presentations for 10 minutes each. First, Eamon Brennan, please tell us about the aviation sector recovery perspectives in the short and in the long term.
Bom dia a todos. First of all, it's a pleasure to address the presidency today, and thank you very much. What I want to focus on is basically the recovery of aviation over the next few months and the specifics of the aviation problem that we're encountering in Europe. So, first of all, if I could just mention to you that yesterday we had a very, very difficult day in Europe. And what we're looking at really is the fact that aviation has had a decline of 67% over the last number of years, of the last number of days. I'm just working my slides here, guys. It's okay. The key point I want to make is that airlines have suffered very considerably over the last number of months, and we're seeing the top network operators having reductions of 80% plus over the last number of days. And this has been compounded also in airports. And the situation we see in airports today is that they are really in a desperate financial situation. I think it's important to remember that airports, suffer much more in some degrees because they rely on passengers. And there's been a lot of focus on how the airlines have been doing. But, when you're dependent on passengers, you've got a really, really significant issue. And one thing that I think you will see later when ACI present is at the moment in the world, there are no European airports in the top 10. And this is really, really significant. I think it's important also to realize, okay, that the whole situation in Europe is very tricky at the moment. And again, if you look at the airport slide in front of you, you can see that Istanbul is currently the #1 airport. And you see airports there like Moscow. But what you don't see is you don't see Charles de Gaulle, you don't see Heathrow, you don't see Schiphol. And this is something that we all know already, and it's really difficult. What I think it's important also to remember is that Europe continues to underperform. And 74% of the cut in seat numbers is what we're experiencing against 2019 at the moment. And this is really significant. It's really difficult to fathom the extent of job cuts which Luis outlined there. And this goes right through the tourism sector, and it particularly affects countries like Portugal. And we're looking at not just pilots and air traffic controllers, but we're looking at tourism, hotels, people who sell in small coffee shops, taxis. This has gone right through the economy, and it's the worst crisis we've had in aviation in 100 years. What I think is also worth looking at is we're not alone in the world, but we are the worst. And the reaction has been very bad. And one thing I would say, and I think Henrik outlined, is that it's important in the recovery that we cooperate very closely and have a combined, consistent recovery. One of the characteristics of the pandemic in Europe has been governments taking different actions, different measures for the same problem. We have a similar virus. In most circumstances, we should have a similar reaction. But unfortunately, this has not been the case. And if you look at the moment, the United States recovery is actually much stronger than it is in Europe. But in the months ahead, we would like to see a stronger recovery. And this all depends on the rate of vaccine rollouts. As you can see there, North America is considerably ahead of Europe. And in Europe, I'm including here also the United Kingdom here. But what's important to notice is that North America is approximately 6 weeks ahead of Europe. So it means that our recovery in aviation will take about 5 to 6 weeks longer than North America at the current rate of vaccine take-up. And this is a key factor for us going forward. Also, perhaps you might look at the future. Where are we going forward? Well, Eurocontrol is predicting that May is going to be a very soft month. The recovery will not start in May. So what we're seeing is a very slow recovery starting by about the middle of June, getting to about 50% to 55% by the end of July. That's of 2019 figures, and moving 55 to 60% by August, obviously depending on the vaccine. In terms of long-haul travel, we foresee the North Atlantic resuming limited corridor operations towards the start of July, but in effect not getting full operations back until the end of September. And in terms of Asia, we don't foresee operations resuming on a significant scale in Asia until at least towards the end of October, and even for Australia, perhaps a little later. So we still have some months to go in the crisis. I think I want to build on what Henrik has said. The key things that we're concerned about is market competition. There has been huge assistance to airlines, decarbonisation, innovation and digitization. These are key elements of the single European sky. And there is a change coming to aviation. And I think that we have to be aware of what this change is. And there will be a considerable demand. Our projections are that aviation will continue to grow, but it has to grow, as Henrik indicated to, in a green way. Remember, European airlines continue to suffer. And not just airlines. When they suffer, airports, ANSPs suffer, and employees suffer as well. So it's really, really difficult for everybody at the moment because the rate of operating margin, the rate of take-up, and the real big thing I would say to ministers listening today is uncertainty is what's killing travel. If we had a combined collaborative response, if we had a consistent approach and support for the Commission in all of the efforts they're making in terms of the digital green certificate, and if we roll this out consistently, our recovery in a continent will be much stronger. And I think that's important. I also just want to mention to the end here is that CO2 emissions are down considerably during the pandemic. Some are saying this is a good example of how you can actually reduce CO2. But what I say is that before this happened, CO2 was growing at twice the rate. And this demonstrates that if you have an efficient European network, because remember, as the network manager, we're able to give flights to direct. We're not level capping flights. Everything is going very efficiently at the moment. So it does show that an efficient network can have a really strong environmental effect. And just last week, we published a paper that foresees, for instance, that you can have up to 25% of a reduction in CO2 emissions if we use existing measures. And as Henrik indicated, up to 11% and more by just having a more efficient network. But when you add SAF, new aircraft technologies, we can do a lot in aviation, and your support is very important. I think also it's important to realize that new technology will drive change. But new technologies will also drive strong environmental performance. So in terms of the growth of blockchain technologies and big data, robotics, and all of this, this is really important that Europe leads in AI. But we lead in AI in a way that makes us efficient and in a way that actually works for everybody. Because over the next 10 years, the AI market is growing very strongly. And in aviation, we can use this to get flight optimization. We can also use it to get automated air traffic systems, optimization and flow, and all of the things that will make Europe a successful continent. But we only become a successful continent if we all act collaboratively and we all act together. So my important reminder I want to just give to you today is that you have to remember that 2018, we had the worst air traffic delays we ever had in Europe. And in 2019, we had to take strong measures to try and reduce this. But I think it's important to remember that in 2018, 1/3 of flights were delayed. And where they were delayed by 49 minutes. So this problem will come back very quickly. We're predicting in Eurocontrol that by 2024, the European market will have recovered. And hopefully this will be the case. I think it will take some while afterwards for some of the capacity to build back, but delays will come back pretty fast once the recovery comes. So I'd ask everybody to keep an eye on this. And, my final point is an optimistic one. We lost all these airlines on the left, but interestingly, over the last number of months, we have seen a lot of new airlines starting to pop up and make new business. So I'm optimistic for the sector. I wish everybody in Lisbon, and I'm sorry, like Henrik and like the minister and everybody there, that we're not there today, the very best of luck to the Portuguese presidency. You've done a great job in a difficult situation, and I hope that everybody enjoys the rest of the day. Thank you from Brussels.
Thank you so much. You are concerned, but you are optimistic too, and this is very important. And now we listen Ingrid Sheffields. Mrs. Sheffields will discuss the importance of the international cooperation for the success of recovery measures in the short and long term. Welcome, Ingrid.
Thank you very much, Rosalia. Happy to be with you today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would first like to thank our host, Portugal, and in particular the Minister for Infrastructure and Housing, Mr. Pedro Nuno Santos, and my friend and colleague, Mr. Luis Miguel Ribeiro, Chairman of the Board of the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority, for hosting this event under their EU presidency and for inviting me to speak today on this key topic of recovery for our sector. As much as we miss our regular get-together, we can all agree on the need for unity and solidarity, which the present situation requires. European aviation is the most impacted by the consequences of the crisis in comparison to other regions. The current challenges are extraordinary, and I welcome the opportunity to address them here. This exchange and discussion, which we have maintained for over a year now, are needed today more than ever. One of the main roles of ICAC is to provide a platform to support and strengthen intergovernmental cooperation in air transport matters in Europe. We need to join our efforts and use our collective expertise to respond to the increasingly complex needs of the air transport industry in Europe. And the most recent crisis has put this role to the test. First, we have done what member state organizations need to do, which is to keep our members in close touch. Since the start of the crisis in March of last year, we have been ensuring frequent coordination video conferences at the level of Directors General of our 44 ECAC member states, the European Commission, Eurocontrol, as well as EASA. We have also received valuable input from other participants occasionally, such as ACI Europe, IATA, A4E, OECD, and ECDC. In a crisis situation, access to all relevant available information is critical. This coordination has enabled us to communicate, exchange information, and to harmonize measures to a certain extent. We were also able to learn firsthand about the various initiatives at states and at EU, EASA, Eurocontrol level to support the policy and decision-making in the region, to facilitate transport and to intensify our engagement with the aviation sector. The most important conclusions that had emerged from this process is that the harmonized approach is crucial for the effective restart and recovery of travel. We have moved on from facilitating essential transport in the early stages of the crisis to the point where we need to be forward-looking and plan for the restart of operations in Europe for the summer holidays, but also to plan for how to emerge from the crisis with a better, more resilient, more sustainable aviation sector, and to put in place strong measures ensuring a common level playing field in Europe after the crisis. Our ability to manage future crises is also being prepared now, based on lessons learned during the last 14 months. But to do that, we first have to ensure that aviation is able to restart at all. It has become very clear to all of us who have responsibilities in the aviation sector that we are not and have not been in the driving seat during this crisis. Public health was, and rightfully so, the factor driving decisions that have substantial and difficult impacts on travel generally and aviation in particular. While we can all agree that the protection of lives and fighting the pandemic is the main priority, our responsibility as decision makers in the aviation world is to ensure we have a safe, secure, and sustainable mode of transport at all times, and to ensure the survival of our sector as such, as aviation is crucial for the economic and social development in our region and globally. Unfortunately, we also have to admit that while there were some lessons learned, we have seen some of the issues from the first wave in 2020 recurring in the second and third waves in recent months. Some of these issues, such as the impact on travel of mandatory quarantine and the denial of traffic rights, continue to be imposed even more strongly with the greater willingness of states to apply travel restrictions. ECAC developed some key documents, especially on economic, security, and facilitation matters, providing member states some useful direction early in the crisis. We also regularly monitored the implementation of travel restrictions and requirements, and also encouraged measures to facilitate travel, such as public health corridors and other initiatives. From the early stage of the crisis, we developed some key indicators on economic effects. We now need to turn this into a conversation about the measures necessary to help restart the system and support actions by states, and to embrace a common approach towards the adoption of economic relief measures that avoid harmful asymmetries and any distortion of competition. This, we hope, will help us towards the re-establishment of a vibrant, competitive market in air travel, which is safe, delivers business opportunity on the basis of fair and equal opportunity. And most importantly, which provides strategic connectivity and economic added values for our member states, as well as safety, quality, and affordability for passengers. We are also putting to use the feedback we have collected from member states on the economic and financial relief measures introduced in their states. While these measures are yet to show their full effects, we can see that there were some common approaches, while also noting some significant differences in the amount and types of support provided, which has also varied over time. One observation across the region is that schemes to support employment and retain staff have been implemented across all sectors, not only aviation. This information will help us to describe ahead of the crisis, because there surely will be one, the measures that we have proved most effective, and just as importantly, those we should seek to avoid if we are truly to learn the lessons of the past year. This information gathering and analysis will prove valuable in the long term, but the issue we face now is the immediate state of the industry and the need for the earliest possible sustainable recovery consistent with the overriding need for safe and healthy travel. We must have a common approach to work towards an orderly return to safe travel, and the coming summer period provides a unique opportunity for the travel and tourism sectors if we can seize the initiative now. This will not be easy. As aviation authorities, we need to work closely with our health authorities to find the right mix of measures that protects the public in a way proportionate to the risk, while enabling air traffic to resume. As well as working within our own states, we need to work with each other for a consistency of approach, since measures carried out in one state impact on all others and the demand of travel. We need to ensure that measures that are necessary for health take into account their impacts on travel. For instance, there are clear differences of impact between testing requirements that may enable safe travel on one hand, and mandatory quarantine or removal of traffic rights that create major impediments to travel on the other hand. We need to think ahead about the opportunities created by the mitigation of risk from the rollout of vaccination programs. Certainly not by making vaccination a condition of travel, but considering how it could enable progressive alleviation of restrictions. And of course, we need to do this not just within Europe, but in cooperation with other regions to apply these principles to a global recovery for aviation. That is the task we face now. It is said that it is always darkest before the dawn, and it seems to have been dark for some time. But we must take this opportunity of the dawn that vaccination brings us, not just passively waiting for a solution, but actively turning it to our advantage to create the best possible recovery for a strong and sustainable aviation sector. ICAC is strongly committed to promote, support, and facilitate these actions. We will only achieve that through strong pan-European cooperation and coordination and a common message. In this regard, I would particularly like to thank Eurocontrol, the European Commission, and EASA for the excellent cooperation we have had for the past year in defining what needed to be done and trying to find practical solutions. Each crisis situation creates a sense of urgency, a focus on fewer priorities, but also pushes for experimentation and new approaches. In the long term, this crisis will not be different. It will contribute to build and sustain a more innovative culture for our aviation sector. I hope this event will enable us to make great progress to that end, and I thank our host once again for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ingrid. As you said, we need measures. We need measures to have a competitive market. And of course, we need a strong vaccination program to help the aviation to recovery in this year and in the next year, of course. And now we will listen to Raphael Schwarzman. Will talk us about restarting aviation, harmonization, roadmaps, and European Union COVID-19 certificates. Welcome, Raphael.
Thank you, Rosalia. Good morning, and thank you very much to the Portuguese presidency for the invitation to be here with you today among these distinguished panelists. Time flies, actually, and more than actually our aircraft, unfortunately, I have to say. And already 6 months have passed since I attended in person the Portugal Air Summit last October. During this time, we cannot say things have improved. The situation for airlines and air transport is dramatic. We expect net airline industry losses of $47 billion for 2021, after already a record $126 billion lost in 2020. We are seeing some improvements in domestic markets without internal travel restrictions. However, government-imposed travel restrictions continue to dampen the strong underlying demand for international travel. Despite an estimated 2.4 billion people traveling by air in 2021, airlines will burn through a further $81 billion of cash, with more than 46 million jobs being at risk. Talking about recovery is premature when we have yet to experience a proper restart as we approach the second summer under this pandemic. At present, air travel and tourism are more of a desire than a reality. We are still far from allowing citizens to visit loved ones or simply enjoy a much-needed vacation. Meanwhile, mental health issues linked to this pandemic continue to rise. The absence of harmonization of measures and coordination continues to represent one of the most important impediments to successfully restart air transport, as we have seen, for example, with the multiple border closures and quarantines. While we acknowledge the government's obligation to contain the spread of the virus, especially with the appearance of new variants, too often the measures used were implemented with a total absence of harmonization and consistency. Europe has never been as fragmented as it is today, paralyzing processes and creating extra tensions. From an intent and much needed single block and voice, Europe is closer to moving in 27 different directions. The single European sky perfectly illustrates this, as sovereignty and state individualism threatens to kill this initiative. Paradoxically, this is happening at a time when all environmentally related issues like this one or sustainable aviation fuels are critical to deliver climate change solutions, including in the European Green Deal, as well as national policies, programs, and targets set by the member states themselves. Europe, but also the world, needs harmonized measures on a wide range of issues such as testing requirements, acceptance vaccines, passenger locator forms, digital certificates, and much more. Though vaccination campaigns progress, the importance of testing remains vital. But even in countries that have removed quarantines, prohibited PCR tests will remain a huge barrier for travelers, especially those with families. Demand-killing quarantines must be eliminated, and state-mandated measures such as testing should be borne by governments. Therefore, it is key that we push for a harmonized EU framework for affordable, reliable, and rapid testing. While governments struggle to strike a balance between saving public health without killing the economy, it is important to stress that COVID is here to stay, zero risk is utopian, and a layered risk-based approach based on sound scientific evidence is our only way forward. Country roadmaps are critical for safely reopening borders and reestablishing connectivity. Countries will be moving at different speeds depending on their access to vaccine supplies, and during which it is expected that testing and vaccinations will overlap. These roadmaps will need to have the flexibility to reflect the specific circumstances of individual countries, yet remain founded on common principles and standards. A European roadmap would not be a luxury and the best way to address the current situation. But can this ambition become a reality? In any case, to safely reopen operations, airlines and the industry in general require extensive planning, a clear framework, and set timelines to ensure operational readiness. The industry must be prepared from the human, equipment, and licensing perspective, among others. In parallel, digitalization is needed to facilitate the passenger journey and restore freedom of movement. From booking tests to delivering vaccine or testing certificates to electronic passenger locator forms, we need digitalization to facilitate paperless, contactless journey for all the stakeholders involved, including laboratories, passengers, governments, as well as airport border controls and airline staff. Last week's vote at the European Parliament on the EU proposed digital green certificate regulation, setting trialogue negotiations between the Parliament, the Council, and the European Commission into motion, came as excellent news. Swift action and alignment among the institutions is now critical to make the certificates operational by June and ensure reciprocity with non-European systems. Common, interoperable, secure, and GDPR-compliant health certificates represent an essential tool to facilitate the freedom of movement of people within the EU and reopen travel in a safe and responsible way through the easing and ultimately lifting of current travel restrictions. Additionally, governments need to endorse and accept solutions such as the IATA Travel Pass app. This is already the case of Bulgaria, Estonia, Denmark, and Singapore. Passengers can use Travel Pass as a one-stop shop, finding out biosecurity measures at destination, obtaining a digital proof of a test, and eventually vaccination from an authorized laboratory, and sharing that health data privately and securely with airlines and border authorities. This is crucial to avoid fraud, facilitate efficient passenger processing when travel scales up, and will further restore government and passenger confidence, preliminary conditions for actually a successful restart. It will also help reignite passenger demand, which in Europe in 2021 is currently at below 66% compared to 2019. For years, we have been talking about aviation's epicenter shifting eastwards. Yet in 2019, before this crisis started, Europe remained a critical market for the industry, not just for business or leisure, but also because of its connectivity. The latter has faded, as we can see, for example, with the dramatic decrease in city pairs and European airports disappearing completely from the top 10 busiest airports worldwide. Connectivity must, however, be restored. Europe needs aviation, and aviation needs Europe. The pandemic, rather than reinforcing Europe's position on the world stage, is challenging Europe's leadership, and its citizens expect to be a front-runner on topics such as air transport, tourism, and climate change, just to name a few. After working closely with the Portuguese president of the Council of the EU, we look forward to partnering also with the Slovenian and the French presidencies to face this faceless adversity that is COVID-19. We need to convert a fragmented list of countries into a real European Union, where all member states implement EU solutions as the virus knows no borders. Only then we can talk about recovery. We owe this recovery to our citizens, we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the business of freedom, and we owe it to the freedom of movement. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Rafael, thank you. Thank you very much. As you said, the situation is traumatic, but we have hope to recover the sector, of course. And now another point of view from Ocham will share his vision of the topic of the social impact of the pandemic on the aviation employees' life. Welcome, Ocham.
Thank you very much, Rosalia. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well. Thank you. Very well.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers and the Portuguese government for hosting this great event. I'm really grateful of receiving the opportunity to share with you the social impact of the pandemic on pilots and other aviation workers. This morning I've heard the word sustainability many times, but unfortunately not much focus has been put so far to social sustainability of a restarted aviation sector for the people working actually in this sector. So I would like to use this opportunity to share with you the reality of a fast-growing defect in European aviation. And this defect is called atypical employment. Let me start with a real-life example of a Dutch pilot. It's not me, it could be me, but let's assume for a moment it is me. I am working not in the Netherlands, but in Poland. I work there for a Lithuanian cargo airline, and I do so as a self-employed pilot through a broker. And this broker is actually situated in Mauritius. At the start of the COVID pandemic, the airline decided not to pay my salary for the flight hours I had already operated for that airline, and then stopped my contract altogether. Because they paid no social security in the Netherlands means that I have no right to receive any unemployment benefits since last year. So I'm jobless from one day to the other, no income, more than 1 year without work, and I will soon also lose my pilot license. This is just one example of the incredibly complex employment setups which thousands of European pilots and cabin crew get caught up in. It is not an exception or a rare case. Currently, 1 out of 5 pilots work in some sort of atypical employment form. This is 20% of all pilots in Europe. 20%, can you imagine? And it is more and more airlines that have established this abusive employment model, and that it's been spreading like a disease across European aviation. The reality is that for the past years, the lack of legislation and concrete action from the side of the European Commission allowed this atypical employment disease to spread. This is why European pilots and cabin crew need EU legislation to stop the devastating effects of bogus self-employment and other atypical forms of aircrew employment. Not only are they spreading fast, but they are also distorting competition in Europe's single aviation market. And it is done by social engineering practices and exploitation of legal loopholes by certain market players. This is currently aggravated by the deep COVID-19 crisis, of course, which is causing some airlines, including some startups, to further lower their labor costs at the expense of decent jobs and labor conditions. I am quite lucky because I'm not in the shoes of the pilot I mentioned earlier, but work for one of the socially responsible airlines. But there is a but, because in many airlines it has become almost the standard employment form. Many European airlines have actually abandoned their social responsibilities. They are using fake, undeclared, or even completely bogus self-employment setups. They obstruct collective representation of employees. They avoid paying social taxes for their staff, and they set up complex corporate and contracting structures that blur the lines of accountability and responsibility and make the authorities' oversight a nightmare. When the pandemic hit last year, many pilots were faced with the dramatic situation of my Dutch fellow, without pay or income, in a market with no job openings for the foreseeable future, and without any tools to enforce their rights. Thousands, literally thousands, have lost their jobs and are at home without an income. The employees of socially responsible airlines are also affected by the crisis, but at least they enjoy a minimum social protection and some income that pilots on 0 hours, broker agency contracts, pay-to-fly schemes, and self-employment simply do not have. So the current situation is that thousands of pilots are unemployed and without social coverage because they have been working for certain EU airlines through complex social engineering systems that deprive them of social protection. The rights of these pilots and cabin crew are being ignored. Salaries have just not been paid, notice periods are not respected, and access to collective bargaining is just non-existent. EU legislation addressing all those concerns and coordinating the action of member states is therefore an absolute must to stop this situation. Also, what we see is that national authorities run into a wall. Most of the times when they try to oversee or enforce the rules, those airlines simply outsmart them by using the loopholes of legislation and social engineering. But it doesn't stop there. Those same airlines deprive member states of their social security and income tax revenues. And the social engineering of those airlines means also unfair competition and market distortion. Those who do not follow the rules simply have an undue competitive edge over socially responsible airlines that employ their crews indirectly and respect the laws of the country where their crews are based. So this is particularly problematic and challenging for the airlines coming out of a crisis like today. I think, and we think, we have a choice now. We can either go back and continue the downward spiral of employment abuses, social engineering, and market distortion. This will in the short term give us a tsunami, again, of cheap tickets, but this will come with a huge environmental as well as negative social footprint. We should be aware of this. Or we can go forward as a socially sustainable industry. Social responsibility towards workers, including legal certainty for aircrews and decent, healthy employment conditions. And also fair competitive market conditions where socially responsible airlines are not punished for respecting the rules and for employing their crews directly. So the call from the European pilots is to not only go for COVID recovery, but a transformation of the industry in a socially responsible way. We need this social legislation now. We need to strictly limit and eliminate atypical forms of aircrew employment. Aircrews should have local contracts in the place and the country where they are based and be directly employed. The legal framework of employment status must be clear. This must ensure that highly mobile workers in aviation can always identify the reality of their situation, that there are actually rules that apply to them, and what those rules are. The reality now is that it must not be possible to fall between the cracks of posting rules, of agency work rules, and normal employment. That is the current situation. In commercial air transport, direct employment must always be the assumed default relationship. And policymakers must actively and publicly promote direct employment and privilege the rights of those airlines who employ the aircrews and do not engage in social engineering. The corona crisis is amplifying trends that were already underway and are leading to misery. And at the same time, the pandemic offers a unique opportunity to start over. So in conclusion, the pandemic increases as we see the differences in prosperity between citizens and countries. The hardest blows hit the bottom layer, the workers, the people without a permanent employment contract. And that risk has been intensified by the corona crisis. This must change, because failure to do so will lead to greater social inequality, economic imbalances, more social engineering, forum shopping, and an uneven playing field for the industry. Reality today is also that the production chains of some airlines have become too complex. We have seen this in the past years. And this complexness makes it intentionally difficult for authorities to check whether they meet environmental and social standards. The gig economy, in which companies run on employees with temporary and loose employment contracts, will have to make way for national governments and the European Commission that enforce decent employment contracts. We urgently need social legislation for pilots and other aviation workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ocham. You are a captain, and thank you for sharing with us your view and, of course, the human resources view. It's very important to have this view to the debate too. Let me introduce some questions during the next 25 minutes on the round table, and after that we have maybe 5 minutes to the questions from the audience. Some questions who was sent by Zoom for us. And now let's start the round table. Iman Bremen, the Eurocontrol is an intergovernmental Europe organization with 41 member states and comprehensive agreements with 2 others. It manages the European air traffic network handling of millions of flights. Ask you if you believe the recovery of aviation will start in this summer, as we need.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to be optimistic. So I think the recovery will start this summer. It's going to be a little bit slow. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but it's not going to be as strong as we actually think. So in practice, I believe that the first month we will start to see recovering traffic will be June. And if I can be really clear, it's very strongly linked to 2 things: the vaccine rollout and the green digital certificate, the ability of one state to accept the documentation of another. So for me, I think that that's what will happen in Europe. By August and September, we will start going back to more regular traffic patterns within the European Union. But the point I want to make also is long-haul traffic to Asia will not resume, in our view, until at least September, late September, October. The Atlantic will recover a little bit faster, particularly from Lisbon and from Heathrow. You might see flights starting to resume, I think, towards the end of June with reasonable amounts of passengers on board. But it's very linked to the vaccines.
Mm-hmm. As you said in your presentation, Europe have so much people vaccinated now, but aviation is so slowly. Why? Why this difference?
It's a really good question, but the problem, while we're having so much problems in aviation in Europe, is very simply one word: lack of coordination, or two words. But the key thing is that states throughout Europe have not coordinated what they're doing. And there's no point of hiding behind this. We're in the European Union. We're all members of the European Union, but we have not behaved individually, state by state, as if we are. And I always make the same point. We have a common virus. So in similar circumstances, you would expect a similar response. And this is the key to the recovery of aviation. It is now to realize that if the aviation industry is to recover, we must respond in a coordinated manner. Remember, we don't fly, by and large internally. We fly across borders. And Eurocontrol's role, we have 41 member states. We cannot ensure or help with a recovery unless we have a consistent, coordinated response.
And instead of coordination, do you think we have a behavior problem, like a psychological problem or behavior problem between the citizens who have some fear to fly?
So I want to be really clear. I don't believe the citizens have any fear of flying. I think we're past that stage. We have demonstrated that flying on aircraft, the measures that have been taken by airports, by states and by airlines, it's safe to fly. That's not the problem. The problem is the uncertainty is when you go to a destination, are the facilities open? And really the big problem is when you go to a destination is can you come home? So again, I come back to this coordinated response issue. If you go on holidays to Greece and if you spend 1 week there and then you find out after 1 week that they have changed the requirements and when you come home you have a 14 days quarantine or you may even have mandatory quarantine and multiple PCR tests. All we're looking for to make aviation recover is consistency, predictability and some measure of a coordinated response. Citizens worry when they can't plan. So what's slowing up aviation at the moment and what the reason the problem we have with everything is people are afraid to book because they have no certainty. Certainty will be brought back into the system if we have coordination.
We need coordination and we need cooperation too. Ingrid, do you expect the current levels of cooperation within the aviation sector to extend behind the COVID-19 crisis?
Well, I think what has been significant for the aviation sector and for all of us that are here today is that we have a high level of coordination and had so for many, many years. I think that is significant for the aviation sector. And I think, as Eamon also pointed out, we need even more coordination in the future in order to enable the aviation sector to recover in the long-term perspective in a sustainable way as well. So I think coordination is a key word for all of us here today in order to enable the aviation sector to recover in a sustainable manner.
And what can the authorities do in this coordination? Could you give us some examples?
Well, I think that what I mentioned, some of the issues I mentioned in my speech is that we have to recognize that we in the aviation sector, we are good at coordinating. The documents that we provided in facilitation, economic field, and also security has enabled also member states to take measures on their own in a coordinated approach. I think the challenge that we face is with regard to health measures, where I said that we are not in the decision-making position. It has been the health authorities, and that has been a huge challenge for us for over 14 months now, to try to have a more, to be close to the health authorities in order to find a common way to mitigate the risk of the virus, but also enable people to travel. Mm-hmm. Because some of the measures that have been taken by member states have been very detrimental to the aviation sector. And in one point in time, we We need to restart operations. We need to get rid of the quarantines, and we need to get rid of the travel restrictions. It's a matter of time, but we need to work together in order to make it happen. Because what happens in one state will have repercussions in other member states, not only in our regions, but globally.
Ingrid, talking about the restore operation, ask you if you agree with Eamon Bremen about the confidence of citizens in aviation.
I think there is a strong, I fully agree what Eamon said. There is a strong confidence in the aviation sector, and there is a strong confidence in traveling. You can look, and this is corroborated by the level of bookings. I'm looking at my regions. I live in Sweden, and the level of bookings for the summer period is quite high. It's not as high as previous crisis, but it is high. People want to travel. They want to travel abroad, but they need certainty. If you travel for leisure, for example, you will not travel if you are confined in a hotel during 10 days. So you need certainty at the destination where you are traveling, but also if you can come home. So I fully agree with the assessment of Eamon in that matter. And I think that the EASA and also the measures taken by the European Commission has shown that aviation is well prepared to accommodate the traveling public also during the summer and during the crisis. So I fully agree with him on that.
Ingrid, thank you so much. I want to travel
thank
too.
You.
Rafael, do you think the COVID passports could boost citizens' confidence and not the significantly impact demand for an airport transport in the next semester?
Well, I want to clarify. I don't think we're not talking about a passport. We're just talking about the digital certificate. That obviously,
yes.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think this is important also because it's, I would say it should be a temporary measure until this situation is under control, right? So hopefully it's a measure that we can take in a harmonized and coordinated fashion, as it was said before. It can definitely have a major impact in reestablishing travel within the EU and outside the EU. So this is a very important step towards solving what has my colleagues already in this panel already said, Eamon and Ingrid, and even Henrik before in the message, where we need to come together in Europe as one. We need this now. This is not talking about transport. I think some of my colleagues already said it. This is an EU-wide action, and it requires health authorities.
It's impossible to listen to you at the moment, so maybe I call Ochan to talk with us about another question. Ochan, COVID-19 caused enormous job losses in the aviation sector, as you said. Do you think that will be difficult to attract talent to the sector in the next years?
Yeah, thank you, Rosalia, for this question. The unemployment impact is huge due to the corona crisis. It is devastating. We calculated approximately 18,000 pilots have lost their jobs in Europe from the start of last year, and more are threatened. What is special about is that, as I mentioned before, the dangers of atypical employment, that almost all atypically employed pilots have lost their jobs and their only source of income. This, of course, has an impact on the ideas to have a career in aviation, to have a career as a pilot or even as cabin crew for young people, because it is, of course, become quite clear that it is a very uncertain sector, industrial sector to work in, where you can, lose your job, lose your income from one day to the other if you are employed at the wrong airline or just have a bad contract. And yeah, the next point is, will this have impact? Certainly. Also looking at the last decade, where we have seen the general labor conditions of employees within the aviation sector have been declining. been a race to the bottom already for many years. And this, of course, makes it for people not very attractive to be interested in looking for a future job in the aviation sector as a whole. So I hope this answers your question.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Eric, are you there? Do you want to comment the Ocean answer and the Rafael answer, for instance?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you remind me exactly what you have in mind?
We are talking with Rafael about the COVID passports or the certificates, if they could boost citizens' confidence. And we are talking too about talents, how to attract talent to the aviation, because with this pandemic will be more and more difficult in the next few years.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's been a very interesting discussion and also interesting presentations coming from different angles. Concerning the COVID certificates, I think that, or the digital green certificates, I also, in my introductory remarks, I actually concentrated quite a lot on them. And they are part of the overall confidence building mechanisms. The main attraction of these certificates is that you have something which is pan-European, identical, transparent, and understandable. But and then people don't need to worry about it, whether they go to country X, Y, or Z, what kind of rules they have, and whether they can go back. Because if you accept these certificates that they are, then it contains all the necessary information. It gives them reassurance when they are traveling. Something that Eamon was talking about. That look, people don't travel when they don't know what kind of rules there are. You have a package of papers, or you would be sent back. I have heard cases which is just totally absurd, when you have been sent back to airport in the airports because your COVID test was, not in the proper language or something. This is absurd what is going on, and of course this has been totally something that makes traveling a pleasurable experience, as it should be and as it was. But of course, I think that the most important confidence building measures, which I also said earlier, is that flying is safe, based on scientific analysis, based on also what the EASA and ECDC are saying, and that people feel safe and secure when they are on the plane, and also that they know that when they land, they know exactly what the procedures are. That is what Europe is about. Europe is about cooperating, working together, and coming to the common solutions. I don't understand how during the COVID crisis we have totally forgotten that. And of course, we pay the price for it and continue to do so. Commission has put several proposals on the table trying to overcome that. And it's also up to the member states to make sure that they are accepted, and that through that we also bring back the confidence in Europe, not only in terms of flying, but the European cooperation. The fact that the free movement of persons is one of the fundamental principles, and not something that we can just cancel when we feel like. So yes, I do believe that the digital green certificates play an important role, but it is a combination of different things. Talking about people, I mean, you're right, Ocean. I mean, clearly, we should also talk more when we talk about sustainability. We should also talk more about the sustainability from the point of view of labor, and I think that this is an important point. I mean, we are talking also about the population who has been really suffering a lot and continues to do so. But attracting talent in aviation, I think it is not something which is too challenging, because aviation has always been a source of inspiration. Aviation has always attracted very many people, good people, and also been always something which people are very proud to work in. I think that the fact that we are now having this crisis is not going to change that. What is important is to make sure that the good talent we have in this sector is not going to disappear now. And because of what has happened over the last 18 months, they will perhaps, find some new jobs. They have some issues because they might not have the trust in the sector. I mean, this is a bad thing, because usually everybody who works in that sector goes through a very extensive training, a very expensive training, and of course it will be so sad to lose them elsewhere. So I think this is twofold. I mean, first to try to save as many people as there are in the aviation sector, even though we know that in the next years there will be probably less demand than it was just before the crisis. But on the other hand, of course, to continue to modernize, to continue also to attract people through showing that this sector is modern. And I think a very important point is sustainability also from the environmental point of view, because nowadays, especially younger people are much more environmentally conscious than the older generation. And for them also, choosing where to go and work depends whether this sector is seen by them as a sector which contributes to the green change. And I think that aviation really needs to change its image in that perspective, and through that also show to the young people that this is a sector which is going green, which is doing a lot of changes, and obviously that will also be, I think, one of the important messages which continues to attract people in the sector.
Thank you so much. We just have more 10 minutes, so I'll try to be short at the questions, and I ask you for be short at the answers, please. Iman, the pandemic affects markets differently, as you show us. What do you predict about the recovery markets? Maybe United States and Asia will be faster than Europe?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I think that the United States will be faster than Europe, but what I think is that's the internal domestic market in the United States is already recovering, and its reduction is only 30%, whereas Europe, we have a kind of a 70% reduction. What I think the phases of recovery will be as follows. By late June, July, we will start seeing the recovery in Europe. That's within the European Union and within the wider ECAC states. Then from the middle of July, we will see transatlantic corridors, particularly the United Kingdom, the United States, those with comparable vaccine levels. And then we will see the rest of the North states, like the European Union, opening up to North America. In our view, it will be towards the middle of August, towards the end of August. And Asia, as I said, towards October, November for real significant operations. Because remember, we have the Indian variant now, which is frightening a lot of the countries in Asia. And this is really difficult. If I could just make one small point, I think that it's also important to realize that cargo has sustained us very strongly during this. Cargo was up about 10%. So the first airlines, in my view, that will recover in Europe will be the low cost. That will be the EasyJets, the Ryanairs, the Whizzes, because they're point-to-point airlines. Those that are dependent on hubs like Schiphol, like London Heathrow, where you fly into, these will recover a little bit later because they're dependent on long-haul recovery. So it's a tricky few months, but I get more optimistic once we get to July.
Thank you. Ingrid, how do you feel the COVID-19 will shape the development of your organization, for instance, in the next few years?
To reshape ECAC, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, that is...
What a big challenge.
No, but I think that the strength of an organization like ECAC, which is a pan-European organization also dealing with mostly policy issues and trying to bring member states together, is its ability to adapt and to be very flexible and to respond to the needs of member states. So I think that it will be quite natural for ECAC to adapt and to be more flexible in the future in order to meet the demands of member states. And I think that this crisis has shown that ECAC very well can fulfill this challenge in the future. So I'm not especially worried about that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Rafael, do you feel that you have been heard by politicians and that the governments have done what they can or could help better and more?
I think, yes, I think we've been speaking across. As I said before, this is a wider action than just the transport sector, which we have, I think, taken the lead in many ways. And my colleagues already highlighted the very decisive actions taken by Eurocontrol or EASA or the Commission itself. I think this is wider. I think we are we need. Again, I guess this crisis has proven that the need for stronger coordination between institutions is needed, right? Because at the transport sector, I think what I'm hearing, what we've been hearing in our discussions, We might have some differences, but we are somewhat aligned in terms of moving forward towards restarting, reopening the industry in a safe way. Demand is there, as it was highlighted before already. Passenger confidence, a majority of passengers in our survey show that they are ready to fly. We have proven to be a safe mode of transport. I think again, as I said before, we're still failing to come together across in a pan-European way across the institutions to make it happen.
Would you like to send some advice to the politicians?
Some advice. Well, I think Imon was earlier saying the way the recovery is going to go. Maybe I can give a bit of more of a concern that if we take action, the sooner we take action, the better will be. I mean, as an example, in our estimates for I mentioned the losses that we expect for 2021, 47.7 billion. Henrik talked about connectivity, competitiveness, and affordability. If we want to maintain those or recuperate those key elements of European liberalization, I mean, those losses that I'm talking about, the expectation is that 45% will be in Europe, meaning European air transport. That is a very concerning situation, meaning we are going to be the biggest region affected by losses if the situation continues like this. So action now will make the aviation industry able to tackle let's say what it was said also earlier, like a fair and a green and a digital recovery. Otherwise, a poor industry is very difficult to be able to handle all of that. So I think the sooner we act, the better.
Thank you so much. And now, Ocen, a personal question. After the pandemic, how do you need to reinvent your job? Do you think about that? Could you listen to me? Yes.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Rosalia. Reinvent the job. That is quite ambitious. I would like to, I think, reiterate a bit on the last question you asked, which is, I think, very important. Looking forward to the attractiveness of the aviation sector for future pilots, for future cabin crew, and other future aviation workers. This is extremely important. And the point I wanted to make on the growth of the atypical employment and the devastation this creates for aviation workers in general is that it loses its attractiveness for future young people to work actually in the aviation sector. This is something which is, I think, not very much on the priority list of politicians, but it should be, because if they really have the ideas and the smart futuristic plans for aviation in Europe, it is crucial to lay a priority, to give the priority to the social issues within aviation. Otherwise, it will destroy itself from the inside, because less and less people will be willing to work within the aviation sector and do the very beautiful job I do now as pilot. And it's becoming less attractive, and this is something which worries me, and which we are really working on to improve. But it is crucial to prevent this growth of atypical employment, to prevent the forum shopping, to prevent the social engineering of airlines. So the aviation sector as a whole, for all the people working in it and all the future people working in it, will not lose its attractiveness, because it is, unfortunately, it is the current trend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have some questions from the audience. The first question is, the aviation recovery is a must, and it is not dependent only on its players. From your point of view, what the pandemic community can take to help to this recovery? Henrik, would you like to give the answer to this question? Could you help us?
I didn't really understand the question, to be honest.
Yes, I will try to do again. The aviation recovery is a must, and it is not dependent only on the players. For your point of view, what the pandemic community can take to help to this recovery?
Pandemic community?
The academic community.
Academic, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, academic community.
If I said pandemic, I'm so sorry, because the pandemic is always in my mouth.
You know, this, I'm sorry, this, you know, with this, through internet, all the sounds are a bit changed and anomalized. What the academic community can do, I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, they should continue what they have been doing all along to analyze and give good advice. But it is not the academic community who is making the decisions. It is the market which is making the decisions. It is the regulators who are making the decisions, and it's the people who work in that sector. And I think that for them, it is something which is
but
now
how can contribute? How can the academic community contribute to the decision?
Well, I think that the academic community has contributed and continues to contribute always, which is to give us some well thought through and analyzed recommendations, suggestions and advice. And I think this is very much needed. And perhaps it's true to say that it is today needed more than ever before. I mean, and I think that they should be also part of the discussions about the future of aviation. They should also be involved in different working groups, and they should themselves also proactively offer their thoughts and ideas. I think that this is the role that they have, and this is extremely valuable and always much appreciated.
Thank you so much. We have another question from the audience, and the question is: how can small startups with innovative solutions which tackles aviation digitalization, very efficiency, gain visibility and partners to bring their solution mainstream? Well, maybe, I don't know if Eamon Bremen want to respond to this question, want to give the answer. Eamon, could you help us with this question? Could you help us with your point of view? Yes?
Yes, thank you. So the first thing I would say is that startups traditionally that begin during a recession actually do very well, because they start in difficult times and they tend to have to be innovative, and they don't get an easy berth. So what I would say is that this pandemic we're experiencing at the moment is basically convulsing aviation. So there's huge opportunities, I think, for the use of new technology, particularly big data, AI, blockchain technology. And the areas I'm looking at would be efficiency of flight operations, also booking technologies, market profiling, but also GNSS. So there's a huge numbers of opportunity. And I think because we have lost so many people, some industries, some parts of the industry like manufacturers, small component manufacturers, but also ANSPs, they will try to start back a little bit differently by utilizing newer technologies. And I would also say that this is an opportunity for a technology refresh by many. So I would encourage small suppliers, those that are making kind of new technology-based solutions, that this is actually a good time to put your solutions forward, because it's a challenging time for the industry.
Thank you so much. And now we have a question live in Zoom from Francisco Alves Dias. Francisco, if you are there in 1 minute, tell us about your question, please. Francisco Alves Dias. He wants to try by Zoom. Yes?
Hi. Sorry, yes. I did not have a question to present. Hello, everyone. Nice to see everybody there. It has to be some sort of internet error or mistake, although the conversation is very interesting. But since I'm here, and if you don't mind, a little bit of 2 cents, I'm very curious on the topic of social sustainability. Mm-hmm. And we discuss a lot of measures, technical measures relating to the lack of European Union to provide a consolidated answer in a moment where we needed a consolidated answer. My question is, if we're having so many difficulties to find a European common approach to technical issues, how can we find a European technical approach to social issues, such as the social security dumping that was referred? or the labor laws dumping for pilots, as they were referred. Thank you.
Francisco, in your opinion, who could give the answer to your question? Eric, Eamon, Ingrid, Rafael, or Jan?
I'll leave it to, well, it depends. Actually, so many interesting points for all of you, but I would put it in for Bremen.
Okay, Eamon Bremen. The stage is yours. Could you help us with the answer?
Okay, thank you very much, Francisco. I'm not sure why you chose me, but you know, Eurocontrol is a technical organization, so labour is not something that we get directly involved with. But just to give you my feeling on it is that, you know, we have common European laws relating to technical issues, and I assume for labour issues. So in my view, yes, I agree with you. There should be a common approach throughout the European Union. I don't see any problem with this whatsoever. I think it's also important to make the point that Henrik made, is that it's also important that Europe as a whole retains a competitive advantage and a competitive industry when we look at North America and we look at other parts of the world like the Middle East and Asia. But personally, I don't see any problem there for having some kind of, you know, a common approach to this. And of course, some of these issues are national competencies of the member states. But I think that there's useful work can be done and useful work has been done. So it's definitely a matter that needs to be looked at as part of the pandemic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks to Francisco Alves Dias and to all the other participants, of course. And now we are near to the close of this session. I invite the speakers to give in one sentence, not 1 minute, but one sentence, a final message to the audience. And I start with Eric, please.
Thank you, Rosalia. One sentence. Let's build back better together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eamon Brennan.
In one sentence, let's preserve what we have and grow it.
Excellent idea. Ingrid.
Thank you very much. Only with common efforts we will overcome this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rafael?
Yes, I was thinking about a person who once, a wise person once says, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. So let's embrace this as an opportunity and take action immediately.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see the opportunity on the crisis. And now, Ocean.
Yeah, thank you, Rosalia. It's difficult to frame everything in one sentence, but I'll try to make it a continuous one. So social sustainability is among the founding premises of the European Union. So it is crucial that it is a central pillar when implementing the recovery measures for aviation. This is why we need a strong legislative proposal from the EU Commission now in order to collectively build a stronger, more resilient, socially, environmentally sustainable aviation sector. I tried.
Yes, we tried. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to all the audience. We listened to important messages about the recovery of the future of aviation, and it was a roundtable filled with strategies, ideas, and a lot of hope, I think. Thank you so much, and now I invite all of you for a break, for a short break. We'll return in 15 minutes. Thank you. screen. Good morning. Welcome to the second part of the Aviation Day Conference. Now with the panel 2, and it's about the contribution of aviation for a green economy. Let me introduce the keynote speaker to the panel 1. The keynote speaker is Salvatore Sciasciatinato, the president of the ICAO Council. Your presentation will focus the strategies and actions developed within the aviation sector in the order to achieve the development of the sector and the decarbonization objectives. Salvatore gives us your insights, of course, about the green policies that you are being developed. Welcome, Salvatore.
Good morning to the participants in the European Union Council Aviation Day Conference on a fair, green and digital recovery. Special thanks to the chairman of the board of the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority and my friend Luis Miguel Ribeiro for his kind invitation. This is a hybrid conference. Let's say that is a small positive progress if you compare with the still so many virtual meetings due to COVID-19 pandemic. And I wish to start with the hope that you will forgive me if I record this speech rather than being live with you to the substantial difference of time zones. The Director General of DG Move, Mr. Enrico Lolei, will have surely provided you with insightful information and thoughts on the recovery of the sector during and after the pandemic. I wish to very briefly complement Mr. Lolei's remarks by sharing ICAO's analysis for the year 2020. ICAO's analysis reveals that global passenger traffic fell drastically by 60%, or 2.7 billion compared with 4.5 billion in 2019. This brings global air travel totals back to 2003 levels. Resulting from the plunge in air traffic, airline financial losses is estimated to reach $370 billion, with the Asia-Pacific accounting the biggest losses by 32%, followed by Europe, minus 27%, and North America, minus 24%. Airports and the navigation service providers are estimated to have lost $115 billion and 13 billion respectively. As you know, the ICAO Council reacted immediately to the WHO's declaration of a global pandemic by establishing the CART task force and has adopted a series of recommendations for member states aimed at supporting a transport recovery. Among them, I wish to take the opportunity today to recall the recommendations and the guidance supporting the creation of public health traffic corridors. Europe has already implemented the same risk management strategies to maintain open air routes based on mutually recognized public health measures. In this regard, I wish to once more encourage governments to consider the same risk management strategies in order to establish public health corridors with third countries. The success of the transport measures will largely depend on national decision makers taking a fuller account of air transport's role as enabler and multiplier of economic resilience and recovery. For this reason, ICAO has decided to convene a high-level conference on COVID-19 this October, inviting ministers to discuss and adopt a declaration in support of aviation recovery. However, Notwithstanding its severity, the COVID-19 pandemic provides aviation with an incredible opportunity for comprehensive sectorial evolution. Much of that evolution is focused today around the dramatic innovations enabling greener operations and on increasing the adoption of digital solutions to enable a paperless and healthier contact-free travel experience, which is both more secure and less obstructive. The sheer scale of the pandemic's impacts has also permitted airlines, airports, and other aviation stakeholders to consider bolder modernization and fleet renewal strategies, stronger emission commitments, and even net zero targets for their overall operations within just the next 3 decades. These trends and commitments highlight that as the pandemic subsides and as aviation begins to slowly reconnect us to the world, the global air transport network will be managing increasingly greener aircraft and improving its environmental sustainability more consistently and dramatically than ever before. While the pandemic has been an accelerator of these types of trends, it should not be mistaken as their instigator. Even before COVID-19 struck, aviation innovation was already ushering in an entirely new era of flight through the emergence of remotely or autonomously controlled drones and other unmanned aircraft systems, research in greener propulsion, and airframe design, and the exploration of new forms of urban air mobility and space management. And from an even longer historical perspective, we can also appreciate how modern commercial aircraft were already 70% quieter and 80% more fuel efficient than the first jets to enter in service, and that aviation's prioritization of higher fuel efficiency was therefore a defining aspect of its continuous modernization and innovation focus. These innovations also require ICAO to be aware of new needs and challenges in order to keep pace with the industry. For this reason, the Council recently decided to establish a high-level consultative forum with the industry that will facilitate dialogue at a strategic level. With regard to CO2 aviation emission reduction, ICAO had previously adopted in 2013 a collective sectorial goal of 2020 carbon neutral growth for international flights. ICAO states are pursuing that goal today through ICAO standards and policies focused around the promotion and adoption of new technologies. They increase refining and distribution of sustainable aviation fuels, efficiency improvements through better design, operations, and procedures, and most recently, CORSIA, the carbon offsetting reduction scheme for international aviation. In this latter regard, I wish to underline that ICAO is proceeding very well with this implementation. For example, just last month, the Council adopted the new sustainability criteria for CORSIA-eligible aviation fuels. In 2019, the 40th session of ICAO also requested the Council to work over the current triennium on the feasibility of a long-term global aspirational goal for international aviation, LTAG. This work is going very well, and we intend to submit a robust proposal for the 41st Assembly in 2022. But it's also important to acknowledge that these and other targets are part of a much larger and truly worldwide movement today to usher in a greener and more sustainable future for humanity. Europe remains a key global leader on the environment, and we are seeing both public and private sector leadership at work in this region today toward greener flights and airports. In concluding today, I wish to emphasize that ICAO is continuing to engage with all stakeholders to facilitate the development and accelerated implementation of green initiatives under the ICAO Coalition for Sustainable Aviation. Our upcoming 2021 stock-taking event will provide an important forum for green innovators to explore disruptive technologies that will shape the future of aviation. And I would encourage anyone with an interest in green innovations to join us for this event beginning at 31st August. Lastly, I wish to stress that while each of us has the right responsibility to make decisions to reduce our personal carbon footprint, it's also beholden on responsible leaders to consider actions that are comprehensive and informed. In air transport, more specifically, this onus requires us to address the sustainability of international flight in a manner which does not disconnect a diverse and beautiful world which generations have worked so hard to bring together. This priority is of clear importance to landlocked and small island states, many of which have developing nation status and look to their international connectivity as an economic lifeline. But in other types of countries as well, international connections generate critical local revenues that improve general prosperity, augment opportunity, and ultimately are helping governments to achieve 15 of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals under Agenda 2030. While international flights pre-pandemic accounted for just under 2% of greenhouse gas emissions we collectively produce, as aviation leaders, we understood our sector would continue to grow, and that this figure would grow along with it if not effectively addressed. It's therefore our duty today to recall in this context the incredible spirit of connectivity and cooperation that led to humanity establishing the air transport network to begin with, and to safeguard its immensely positive benefits for our world by addressing its environmental sustainability with conviction, perspective, and ultimately success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Salvatore, the President of the ICAO Council. To the next session, to the next panel, the panel 2, we have with us Dominique Riquet, is member on the European Parliament, Renew Europe Group, and Vice President and TRAN Commission member. We also have with us Guillaume Faury, CEO of Airbus, Olivier Jakovec, the General Director of Airport Council International Europe, and Thomas Renard, the Managing Director of Airline for Europe. Welcome to all. Let's start and listen to the presentations. Dominic will tell us about European public policies for the future of the aviation sector. Welcome, Dominic.
Thank you, Rosalia. Unfortunately from Brussels and not from the marvelous town of Lisbon, but we are in pandemic time. I'm very honored to be invited to a reunion of so many important voices of aviation. I believe these discussions are very timely as in a context of Green Deal, as well as great economic pressure due to the pandemic. Some voices question the place of aviation in a decarbonized world. The interrogation is legitimate, but I believe it's important to recontextualize the debate before providing prescriptive actions that would disregard the reality of the sector in terms of CO2 emission first. Even if aviation's carbon footprint and passenger per kilometer is high, its impact on global emission is relative, amounting to 2 or 3%. So even if all planes were to stop flying tomorrow, as some wish out loud, our climate goals would not be reached and Europe would not be carbon neutral, far from it. It's also a major industrial stake, with European businesses occupying the global first rank and thousands of jobs linked to it. We are not just talking about major flagship. whose CEO is presenting us today, but also about all the links of the value chains composed of many SMEs. Lastly, it's a European strategic asset as reaffirmed with a supply of necessary sanitary products during the pandemic, for example, and more generally with capital contribution of global exchanges in person and goods. Therefore, we cannot do without a transport, which does not mean we should not work towards the alleviation of its effects on climate. We may be optimistic. Aviation is one of the fields where progress had been the most dazzling in the last century. We went from wooden plane, able to move a handful of people from point A to point B, to making steel giant flying on daily basis to transport hundreds of people and tons of goods across the world. The EU focus, and mine as a member of the European Parliament, is to provide a framework for air transport to exist in a decarbonized economy. The smart and sustainable mobility strategy provides a good overview of the means we have at our disposal to achieve this goal. It is also to carry out a longer term and more conceptual reflection on the place of aviation in our society. The first pillar of our actions, the stimulation of innovation concerning engine and fuels. A lot of progress can be achieved with optimized engines. A progress of 50% of GIG emission has been achieved between 1990 and today, and we want to continue on this path, but go even further with research on electric and hydrogen-fueled aircraft. We also want to favor electric propulsion of aircraft in airports. Still on research and innovation, a legislative proposal is expected this year on alternative fuels. We will look at it carefully as much progress can be achieved when the technology becomes mature enough, which is not the case today, with about 0.05% of fuel consumed being alternative fuels at the moment. And I know that industry is not already to be ready to have a sufficient production about that. The Single European Sky Initiative, technology based by CESAR, offers perspective on reduction of GIG emission of up to 10%. It is, however, necessary that legislators share the same objective of defragmentation of the European airspace. Economic measures implemented through CORSIA and the EU ETS also contribute to the reduction of the emission with demand adjustments. Last but not least, a significant measure put in place by the EU to lower air transport emission could be its modal shift policy. Rail is not substitutable to air transport for the long-haul flights for obvious reasons, but provide a possible and adequate alternative for short travels when the infrastructure is available. It's not always the case. All these measures, apart from the modal shift and the ETS, mainly regard the environmental performance of air transport. But the given paradox show us that technological progress is inversely proportional to the rate of consumption. Therefore, I will not try and present more general questions that regard the place of air transport in our economy. And I think it's absolutely capital from our point of view as Parliament. Capacity first. Projections show that without the pandemic in 2023, Europe's major airports would have been saturated. In the context of normal growth of the sector, it means that around 160 million passengers won't be able to fly in lack of airstrip, terminals, and air traffic control resources. The EU tries to address this issue with the third regulation and the Airport Charge Directive, but it won't be enough. And we know how difficult it is to extend existing infrastructure or build new airports, and is a major concern for us. Competition then, a matter that seems philosophical to me. Internally, fingers are often pointed at low-cost companies and their questionable commercial practices and respect of labor law. But it is also them which enable people with less resources to travel in the formidable trend of democratization of air transport. Externally, we are, and I think I'm all in favor of opening our markets to third-country carriers. But, what about the standards? Whether social, ecological, or related to competition, it may at times appear contradictory. At some point, an arbitration will have to be made between reduction of the adverse effects on climate of air transport and its democratization. Because even if the price signal becomes more pressing, we are better off will somehow manage to fly. Should we consider that middle class won't be able to fly anymore? But it's a sacrifice we are willing to make for climate. It still comes with other preoccupying consequences because of the nature of transport. Limiting air transport does not only bear effect for air transport itself. How does one go to the Balearic Island, for example, without a plan, or to the other side of Europe for that matter? As much as I support RAI, it doesn't now provide adequate solution for a Dutch to go on holidays in Greece. And I'm not even mentioning international tourism outside of the EU. The share of the tourism in our GDP amounts to 10%. Is absolutely amazing. I doubt it can remain as high without fluidity in exchanges provided by air transport. This consideration starts from the premise that we control the volumes of passenger and goods transported as we see fit. The last year has shown that this is not an absolute at all. Even when the situation gets back to normal, adapt the practice resume to the 2019 conception of normal. The very format of the discussion we are having today is a proof of this. Businesses will soon realize that saving can be made by traveling less and video conferencing more. Surely, this cannot be neutral with regard of the importance of business travel in the business model of the sector. I try to portray the situation of our action and question as accurately as possible. I will be a bit discreet with you, and thank you for the floor, and I leave the floor now.
Dominic, thank you so much for your contribute. Now we'll listen Guillaume. Guillaume is the CEO of Airbus. He is going to present us innovations and policies to deliver zero emissions aviation. Welcome, Guillaume. Could you turn on your microphone, please? Not yet.
Is it better now?
Better now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone, and very happy to be with you today in this panel. Unfortunately, I will have to finish on time at 1:45 p.m. Central Europe time, so I will try to take my share and be short. I'll make just a couple of remarks and be happy to answer to questions at a later stage. Well, I think the previous speakers have explained how important aviation is for the recovery, for the world prosperity, and we will need a lot of prosperity across the world to go through this energy transition and decarbonization. And it's a global challenge. If we have a part of the world that is not able to be up to the challenge because there's no prosperity, there's not the wealth that is required to do the investment in the decarbonization, it will not work. wherever the carbon comes from, it goes in the atmosphere. And that's what we're trying to address as a problem. So I will not go back to that part of the problem, to that side of the equation, but rather share with you what can be done and what we at Airbus are now completely focused on. It's the decarbonization of aviation on the short term, on the mid-term, and on the long term. As it was explained a bit earlier by Salvatore, we have already made a huge progress on the energy efficiency of the planes, and the modern generation of planes, the ones that are being commercialized now, are by far more fuel efficient and therefore less CO2 emitting than the previous generations. The pace of technology of improvement is just amazing, and that's why we have managed to limit, in spite of the growth of the air traffic, limit to 2.5% the CO2 contribution to the global CO2 emissions. So one way, a very effective way of reducing the impact of aviation on carbon emissions is to replace old technologies, old planes by modern ones. There is another second impact positive impact of replacing old generation of planes by modern ones, is that the modern ones come with the already certified capability to fly with up to 50% of sustainable aviation fuels in the mix, in the blend, in the tanks. And we have a fantastic opportunity to go very fast in the decarbonization of aviation and do even better than the commitments we have taken as a sector by introducing SAFs very quickly. We need public policies, we need investment, we probably need some incentives to start the process because today we have a sort of a chicken and egg situation where there is no offer, therefore there is no demand. We have to go away from that situation. More and more airlines are willing to do it. And this is a way for the short term, mid-term, to very significantly improve the situation. It's a bit like using a hybrid car, a full hybrid, no, sorry, a plug-in hybrid, where you would not load your battery with electricity and only drive the car based on the gasoline or diesel engine. Well, on our planes, we could already today put a lot of sustainable aviation fuels and reduce significantly the footprint of aviation, as we can avoid roughly 80% of the CO2 emissions of the global warming impact with sustainable aviation fuels, 1 liter of sustainable aviation fuel compared to 1 liter of kerosene. So that's a short-term, mid-term opportunity. Why do we need this? Because it will take time to develop the zero-emission airplane. At Airbus, we have decided to put this front and center of our strategy. The technologies that we will need, and probably based on hydrogen, are, let's say, generally available, but not used in aviation. They are used in space, for rockets, for satellites, on other means of transport. We see more and more applications on ships, on ground-based, ground transportation, including on trains that go hydrogen. We need to go in that direction. We don't need to change the laws of physics to make this possible, but we have a lot of research, of maturation of the technologies to do. So we could be sort of mid of the decade ready to launch the program. So that's what we do on the planes. Now, to make this possible, there are two other very important things that we need from mainly from regulators and from the rest of society. We need a regulatory framework that will be a global framework to certify those planes and to fly the planes with a certain price of carbon. We need to have a level playing field for that regulation. So we have a world market that could be accessible for the first generation of the decarbonized planes, the fully decarbonized, the so-called zero emission. And third, so we need the plane, we need the global framework in terms of regulations, but we need as well the fuels. And when we will enter into service a zero emission plane around 2035, and we think that's very credible and that's possible, we need as well to have the fuels available at a decent price, but probably more than the price, at the right level of quantities at departure, at arrival, and therefore we need that transformation. The good news is we have time to make it happen, but we have to be very focused. We need alignment on those strategies, and that's why we are working with many partners, stakeholders, to convince of the credibility of that path, and then to gather people around that approach, so we could transition aviation from what it is today to very efficient planes, flying mainly, if not solely, on sustainable aviation fuels at a certain point in time. But this will not be the long-term perspective. For the long term, we need to be zero emission, and that's what we are preparing now. And we want to make sure the conditions for launching a program around 2025 will be in place. So again, we think that's possible. I fully agree with what was said before. The contribution of aviation to the global prosperity is absolutely essential. That's why we are asking for support. We don't want to hear about taxes and trying to prevent aviation from flying and all the things that will not accelerate the transition. We need an aviation in good shape to go through this transition, and just trying to postpone, to make us slow and not efficient is not the right way to go to the other side of the decarbonization transition we are making now. So we really want to share with all stakeholders the fact that we have demonstrated in the past that we can do amazing things on technologies. We have a clear priority, decarbonization. We are committed on it, but we want to be supported rather than making our job more difficult. It's already very difficult with the pandemic. We don't need more challenges. That's enough on our plate, but we love the challenge to decarbonize our industry. By nature, and that's probably my last sentence, by nature, aviation is protecting the ecosystems. You don't need flying from A to B. You don't need to create an infrastructure on the ground that is damaging the landscape, that is damaging the forest, the mountains, the countryside, impacting negatively the fauna, the flora. You fly above, you don't need an infrastructure, you protect Mother Nature by doing this. Yes, we have the CO2 challenge, we take it on, heads on, and we will find solutions, but we want alignment, and we think we can have alignment on that target. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to listening to the other speakers and then take the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent topics to the debate. And now we are listening to Olivier. Will tell us about aviation airports for a green recovery. Olivier, please take the floor.
Thank you, Rosalia, and thank you very much to the Greek presidency for the invitation to be with you today. I will share my screen. If you can just tell me if you can see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes, that's good. So, well, basically, when we talk about COVID-19, it's clear that, sorry, I have a problem. Yes, sorry. When we talk about COVID-19, it's very clear that this raises significant challenge and opportunities when it comes to building back better and decarbonization. And indeed, the climate emergency is everything. And with COVID-19, it definitely has moved from being scientific evidence to being a societal and political imperative, as well as for us a business imperative and hopefully an opportunity. And I think it's very clear that in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen European aviation acting together, rising up to the challenge through this Destination 2050 report and roadmap that we published last February. I think we have seen indeed an unprecedented level of industry collaboration leading to key commitments and a comprehensive roadmap for decarbonization. And all that shows that as a sector, as the European aviation sector, we both want and can be part of the solution. But clearly, this is not something that we can do on our own, especially in the context of COVID-19, with our sector being battered and trying to recover. We need very clearly a supportive and aligned and consistent policy and financial frameworks. And behind that, what we mean is that the kind of industry roadmaps for decarbonization that we have put on the table and that I've just mentioned needs to be perfectly synchronized with a policy and regulatory roadmap driven at EU level. And to move forward on this alignment, on this close cooperation between industry, policy and regulatory makers, we have proposed together as European Aviation an EU Pact for Sustainable Aviation, which should be driven at EU level. Coming now to the role of airports more specifically, I think it's fair to say and recognize that sustainability has been for long core to airport management and development. And as the airport industry, we've actually upped our game last November when we have complemented and relaunched our sustainability strategy for airports, taking into account the impact of COVID-19. This is not just about the mission statement you can read here. It's about providing airports in Europe with concrete guidance and metrics to further develop and advance their own sustainability strategies. Of course, when we look at the climate impact, the role of airports is first and foremost to reduce their own carbon emissions. And this is what actually airports in Europe have been doing over the past 12 years through airport carbon accreditation, with the very strong support of many institutional stakeholders, in particular the European Commission, ECAC and Eurocontrol, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for their continued support for our program. Today in Europe, we have 170 airports that are certified, that are actively working to reduce their carbon emission, and already 52 airports in Europe have reached carbon neutrality. I mean, no other continents in the world has achieved that kind of carbon performance when it comes to the airport side. With that, of course, we reduce year after year, very concretely, our CO2 emissions. In doing that, we're looking at the full range of emissions at airports, what we call the scope 1 and 2, which are the emissions under our direct control at airport operators, but also the scope 3 emissions, which are the emissions that depend from the different actors that use the airport infrastructure, including the airlines. We did commit 2 years ago to reach net zero by 2050 for scope 1 and 2 emissions. And indeed, that commitment was at the time undersigned by more than 210 airports in Europe, so a very strong commitment. And I'm very proud to say that a few weeks ago, Swedavia, the Swedish airport operator, became the first airport operator in the world to achieve that level of net zero CO2 emissions. We are also working to further align with the Paris Agreement. This is why we launch new certification levels under the Airport Carbon Accreditation Program. And again, there too, we just had Aeroporto di Roma with Fiumicino and Ciampino, who became the first airports operator in Europe to become certified at these levels a few weeks ago. But of course, all this costs money, and the investment needs are significant. As you can see, if we take just the top 50 European airports into account, and if we look only at their terminal facilities, the cost of decarbonization and achieving net zero is estimated at 26 billion euro. But apart from addressing their own emissions, we also see a need for airports to look at supporting the wider air transport system in its CO2 reductions. And that means that apart from the operational improvements on the ground, we need to be able to support the production and deployment of sustainable aviation fuel. And many airport operators are already doing that, and some of them directly investing in that. But beyond sustainable aviation fuel, as Guillaume has said, we need to prepare for the new aircraft energy systems, electrification and hydrogen propulsion. And that will require indeed transforming our airport infrastructure, something that some airports have already started to look at or to anticipate, in particular by trying to deploy hydrogen and use hydrogen from ground operations, because we believe this is a way actually of laying down the foundations for then moving towards supporting hydrogen-powered aircraft. The investment needs there also will be significant, but we don't have yet the visibility over these investment needs. And this is why actually it is essential that we get a clear and aligned policy and regulatory framework in place. And that brings me to the regulatory and financial challenges that we face to achieve our sustainability objectives. The airports, just like the rest of the air transport ecosystem at the moment, is in financial distress. Airports have grown their debts in an incredible way. We have a very weak revenue outlook. I'm sorry, there's a mistake there. The 2030 figures should be for 2021. It means that actually this year we expect to lose almost the same amount of revenue as airports as we lost last year. So as airports, we're facing an airport investment crunch ahead. And that airport investment crunch very clearly is being made worse by the fact that so far we have gotten very limited direct financial support from states in this crisis. As you can see here, most of the support went to airlines, but very importantly, when we compare how Europe has treated its airports compared to the US, the difference is staggering. I mean, US airports got 8 times the amount of financial support in this crisis than European airports did. And we need to add to that the fact that the Biden administration recently announced an additional $25 billion of public support for the modernization and the development of airport infrastructure in the US. And clearly there we are at odds with what is happening in Europe. And one of our biggest worry at the moment is that airports are not getting access to the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. The first reason for that is that the European Commission has decided not to provide the flexibility required when it comes to the need for projects and the National Recovery Plan to conform to existing state aid rules. Those state aid rules actually forbid or limit very much investment aid to airports, and there's no exemption provided for sustainability project and decarbonization. At the same time, we are seeing states that have actively discouraged airports from applying to the national recovery plans. And when airports have applied, actually, most of the time so far, their projects have not been included in the national recovery plans. So based on a survey we've done actually last week, as we know it, for now, there is only one airport project across the whole of Europe for 50,000 euro that is included in national recovery plan. So that brings risk, of course, risk in terms of delays and reduced ambitions to sustainability and decarbonization, and the risk to lock in carbon-intensive solutions at airports. The feedback we're getting from our airport members across the board is that they want to remain committed to net zero by 2050. And actually, many, surprisingly, are looking at anticipating that date of 2050, but they fear they're going to be held back by the current crisis. And this is actually something we will take stock and look at more in detail at our Sustainability Summit on the 20th of May. So we as ACI Europe have been everything we could to actually support our members, in particular by granting temporary extension to certification under airport carbon accreditation. But it's clear that we need EU member states and the EU to step up to the plate. That means that we need to move forward with a comprehensive EU aviation recovery framework. That recovery framework, of course, starts with the digital green certificates that the Commission has put on the table. It continues with easing travel restrictions, because it is only if those travel restrictions are eased that we will be able to recover our revenue generation capabilities. But beyond that, it calls for more structural and consistent support, including financial support for the aviation sector over the next 3 to 5 years. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. It was a very complete presentation. And after Olivier, we will listen to Thomas. Thomas challenge us with the topic, Making the Destination 2050 Vision a Reality. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, first of all, to the Portuguese presidency for inviting the European airlines on this sustainability panel, because after all, I think I'd like to go back to the heart of the matter, and this is about really sustainability. Bit of a technical problem. Sorry.
It's okay now.
It was okay. Okay. Thanks very much. So let me, from an airline's perspective, go back to, I think, the core of the challenge when we talk about environmental sustainability. Olivier was so kind to refer to a Destination 2050 report just earlier on. And this morning we had excellent numbers from Eamon Brennan, the Director General from Eurocontrol. So I'm not going into the numbers again about the impact of COVID-19 on European aviation. I think we're all well aware of the impact. As a matter of fact, without having to show the numbers, European airlines compared to their colleagues from other regions in the world are the worst off. We're the worst hit region from an airline's market perspective worldwide. Now, with Destination 2050, trying to look at, again, I think from the positive side, I think it's quite clear that the aviation sector here is making a very critical, significant pledge, a commitment to accelerate a decarbonization of European air transport sector. And I think Guillaume Faury, Airbus CEO, alluded to some of the challenges earlier on, what is really necessary. Now, what this means is, from a political perspective also, that the European aviation sector entirely is contributing, is doing its contribution from the Paris Agreement perspective. It also means that we are effectively contributing to the European Green Deal and Europe's climate neutrality objective. So it is a very serious commitment. Let's not forget that. The very positive aspect also of this project, which was published in February, is that although A4E had come forward with the idea about a year and a half ago, we were very pleased to see that very quickly the other regional airlines, the airports, the manufacturers, and European air navigation service providers really joined us very quickly as very solid partners. And this is why I think today we are able to present such a very powerful project. But to achieve these climate goals that Olivier also referred to and was referred to earlier on, net zero by 2050, which is a huge deal, we need a strong and innovative partnership between the European aviation sector, that's us, but also the EU institutions and the national governments. I think we also need a very balanced approach to, on the one hand, promote sustainability, environmental sustainability, and also encourage and enable the future decarbonization of the industry, but at the same time also preserving the economic competitiveness and the social benefits to citizens. Henrik Olale this morning referred to it in 3 main points, which will be continue to be the objectives of the European Commission from an aviation market perspective. 1, connectivity; 2, competition; and 3, affordability. So also with or without this project, we need to keep these very important objectives in mind. This slide shows you, and if you would go to the website, there's a very good dedicated website on Destination 2050. You will find more details. But this slide shows you how we will get via a roadmap to net zero by 2050 and minus 55% CO2 reduction by 2030. I think those of you who know the dossier of how to reduce CO2 emissions in aviation will not be surprised when you look at those four pillars on the right-hand side. Now, if I could just go on, making Destination 2050 the vision a reality, I think it's quite clear that we are asking the governments to actively embrace and drive our proposed EU Pact for Sustainable Aviation forward. So we're talking about a pact because a pact is a collaboration between two or more parties, and this is really necessary. We cannot do it on our own. What is also important is that the ball is now in the camp of the policymakers, true, but this is not only about Europe. European aviation with Destination 2050 made a very important move forward, a very important, more than a sign, a real commitment, which puts, of course, all of us under pressure. But this will also need to have impact at the international level. So the EU really needs to engage in, I would say, accelerated aviation climate policy, the diplomacy efforts, and really effort for ambitious global measures in line with our European net zero ambition. And the European Commission plays, of course, a very important part of it, not only the Commission, but to have this ambition of international diplomacy is really crucial at the end of the day, also to continue to guarantee the competitiveness of the European sector. Let's not forget that in order, as part of the recovery, we need to make sure that we remain competitive and that we can increase those revenues and profitabilities. And that we also try to avoid carbon leakage and limit competitive distortion. Now, in the last two slides, and this is where I will stop because I think it will be important to have a very interactive discussion following these interventions, is just two slides on very clear what the asks are from the European airlines in the perspective of how we do get to a more sustainable environment. First of all, from an economic measures perspective, market-based measures, it's quite clear, I think, that we cannot allow for double regulation, double counting of CO2 emissions under two separate systems, being CORSIA, the international system, the global system, and ETS. So we need to make sure that this works, that there's no overlap and there's no double counting. Secondly, we also have to avoid market distortion between the EU, EEA, and the third countries. Thirdly, we would ask the member states to invest the revenues of the ETS aviation allowances into the sector's decarbonization, which actually has not really happened. So there is the Innovation Fund, EU Innovation Fund, for a reason. So really, let's use this, and this is a plea to the member states to make use of that. Fourth is imposing taxes, and Mr. Riquet referred to taxes earlier. Imposing really taxes without reinvesting the revenues in the decarbonization doesn't help to lower emissions. It hampers connectivity without effectively contributing to aviation's sustainable transformation. And then on the right-hand side, sustainable aviation fuels. I think we know the debate is very hot on the EU refuel initiative. This is a measure currently being debated, and Henrik referred to it earlier this morning. I think, first of all, we need a coherent and long-term and stable policy framework, and we understand the Commission is ready to kick that off, which is good news. We need truly sustainable aviation fuels without any compromise. So let's not go back to the old days and the problems. We are really talking about sustainable aviation fuels. Thirdly, we need, of course, the mature market conditions that must be in place before a blending mandate enters into force. Fourth is we don't want carbon leakage again and distortions to the level playing field we have today. We also need support for the production and the availability of the feedstock for the production of sustainable aviation fuels. We need financial support to bridge the price gap which we have today, which we're all aware of, unfortunately, between the SAFs, which we want to have, and the fossil fuels which we have today. And last but not least, I think it's quite clear, I think it is getting more traction also in Brussels, is we need to prioritize the aviation sector vis-a-vis other sectors who actually can do without sustainable aviation fuels and biofuels. They do have an alternative. And then last, but this is my last slide. I'm not going to dwell more on ATM and the operations, the importance of that. As was mentioned several times earlier today, the importance of this. We're looking at numbers between 6, 10, and even more, 12% of an opportunity to reduce CO2 emissions. This is a relatively easy fix within the ATM framework because the technologies are available today, which can actually cater for most of the CO2 reductions. And then last but not least, of course, carbon leakage, a very hot debate. We absolutely must, and I cannot stress it enough, we must avoid market distortion between Europe, between us and the third countries, such as caused by carbon leakage. And with that, I would like to thank you again for your attention and looking forward to the discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Thomas. It was a very complete presentation. Let's start the debate. And the debate, it's about the contribution of aviation for a green economy. And I start with Dominic. Dominic, globalization needs a strong aviation sector, of course, but are the higher levels of demand and competition compatible with the Paris Agreement objectives, for instance? What do you think?
It could be very difficult. Yeah. It could be very difficult things. I'm not surprised by the co-speaker about the impact of the COVID crisis and the necessity of recovery. And we have two very difficult paths altogether: is a recovery post-crisis and to face to the environmental challenge. And I think probably we have to consider the Paris Agreement as a whole. For all transportation in general, could be very difficult, not only for the air transportation. And it's not the same, because I think that for the air transportation, a lot of things are not dependent of just the volunteer of the actor of the air transportation. For example, we have a problem with the progress, research and development in engine, but we need for sustainable fuel. When we are discussing, for example, with the actor of the fuel industry, they are saying to us that probably they are not able to furnish something which is sufficient for the air industry transportation, probably for 10 years, and certainly not in the next 5 years. And so it's not dependent of just the actor of the air transportation. So it could be very difficult for the actors of the air transportation to reach the goal of the Paris Agreement. But I think that we have to take into account the consequences of the recent COVID crisis, probably to better take into account in our recovery plan. And I agree with the position that expressed Mr. Jankovic about that, and also Mr. Reinhardt, that it's insufficient as a position. And we have to try a better position about the financial point of view. But we have not to lose the point of view that it could be very difficult about technical point, about industrial point, about a research point of view to reach all that. And it supposes a big effort, I think. But our final goal is to support transport in general and air transportation in particular in the agreement, and to reach our goal, but could be very difficult and more difficult after the crisis, the pandemic crisis, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Guillaume, let's talk about the sustainable fuel. And the big topic is, of course, when we will be able to board intercontinental flights in an airplane with electric batteries. In your opinion, when?
I think that, yes.
Guillaume, could you turn on your micro again, please? Thank you so much.
Again, thank you for reminding me. I don't think we will fly intercontinental flights with battery-powered planes because the energy density of batteries is not what we are looking for planes. It doesn't mean that we won't be flying electric, but we want to have the energy that has to be provided, the electricity or the energy, to be in the form of hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, because the energy density of hydrogen, and in particular liquid hydrogen, is even much higher than the energy density of kerosene, of the current fuels. So battery-powered flying vehicles are for short distances. We are very serious as an OEM, as Airbus, in the urban air mobility world, where for short flights, electrically powered, it makes sense to have batteries. But that's maybe the 50, 60, 70 kilometers, at least in the short term, is probably the longest distance that is to be flown appropriately with battery-powered planes. So it will not be intercontinental. If we would optimize a plane for flying with batteries, we could probably do more than the 50 or 70 kilometers I was mentioning before, but not to the extent of what we need for commercial aviation. That's what, again, we're looking at more liquid fuels, which have the energy density which is required for the kind of activity we are doing.
Hydrogen will be the future, of course. Ask you, Guillaume, looking concretely into Portugal's geographical position, will, for example, the Azores Islands have a new role as a recharging point for flights, maybe for intercontinental flights, but you don't agree with that view, maybe for another flights more short, but with sustainable fuel. What do you think about this geographical position of Portugal and especially of Azores?
I think the beginning of first we have the sustainable aviation fuel as an opportunity, and the characteristics of the fuels are very similar to kerosene. So it's not changing, the overall picture as we have it today. Then when we will go to hydrogen and to new forms of propulsion, it's very likely that the overall effectiveness of the propulsion system will be much lower than what we have today, and therefore we will start with short distances. We think it could start with regional or rather short range first. It's also a good way to test the system in a region that has invested in hydrogen and is willing to encourage, to promote the use of those planes. Now, I read behind your question the notion of Portugal being on the very southwest of Europe, being potentially a stepping point to fly to the Americas if the planes have a shorter range. Well, potentially, yes. I don't know yet. I don't know how the transition from single aisle short range to mid-range, then to long range with hydrogen will be done in the future. But that's not what we will start with. We will start with smaller planes, shorter range, to mature the technologies, to start with easier business cases, where the long range will be most probably flown for a long period of time with sustainable aviation fuels, probably e-fuels on the long term, before we go to very long distances with hydrogen. So I don't know if Portugal will have a very make or break a competitive advantage with its location on the southwest of Europe. Why not? It used to be the case in the past when the range of plane was short. We could be in that situation again at a certain point in time, but I don't think hoping will be the right way of navigating in the future. We want to put the right quantity of energy on board so the planes can deliver the mission we are capable of as of today.
Thank you so much. As you know, Portugal is a very important platform, and Azores especially. Olivier, let's talk about airports and passengers. Dedicated to supporting the recovery of European airports, the Council's focus on passenger and staff safety. I ask you, Olivier, what more can be done by the international airports for achieve the green economy?
Well, I think thank you, Rosalia. I think as I've mentioned, I think it's about keeping an eye on the long term, on the medium to long term, which is very difficult at the moment because when you're faced with a crisis of this magnitude, your planning horizon tends to shorten. And indeed, many airports at the moment are, they're all burning cash. Many are still basically paying for current operations through debt. And as I mentioned, we are very worried about the potential of the impossibility for airports to keep investing in the future, investing in decarbonization, in digitalization, and in capacity. So I think when we look at the challenge we face, it's very important that airports are kept in a position to plan for the long term. There is a lot that will have to be done in terms of decarbonization and indeed having the airports supporting the decarbonization of the entire aviation system. Guillaume has referred to hydrogen powered aircraft, facilitating and enabling aircraft to basically use hydrogen at airports will not be a small feat. We will need to reconfigure our infrastructure, our facilities. There will be significant investment that will go into that. So I think it's very important that looking ahead, we keep our ability to keep investing. And that's not a given today. So this is where our worry is at the moment.
So the balance is really difficult between the crisis and the future, of course. Thomas, you represent the Europe's largest European Union Airline Association and was founded by Air France, KPLM, EasyJet, International Airline Group, Lufthansa Group, and Ryanair Holdings. Tell us how all and together can contribute more for the decarbonization.
Thank you for the question. Well, decarbonization, just let's be clear, I mean, is not a new challenge. And as I know, Guillaume knows very well, I think the airlines have been asking, as long as I've been in this industry, but even before, for decades, to the manufacturers, the airframers and the engine manufacturers to come up with more fuel-efficient aircraft, because fuel still today can be up to a third of the cost of the operation for an airline, and which then ultimately translates in the cost of a ticket. So in a very competitive sector like we have, airline sector, what we have in Europe, thanks to liberalization, which is good for the passenger at the end of the day, airlines are under tremendous cost pressure, have always been, as long as I've known it. Margins are really, really tiny. And now on top of of course, now we have this crisis. On the other hand, airlines are quite resilient. They're quite innovative. Into continuing to reduce CO2 emissions. I'm sure you know that many airlines, European airlines, the last couple of months have announced their own specific targets, but it basically comes down to, and I say that's the vision of Destination 2050 to net zero by 2050. So with that, all of the European airlines and the entire sector, as a matter of fact, is committed to this new target. Now, for airlines, and as Guillaume also was quite clear, we will only get net zero emission in aviation by 2035, so aircraft being placed in the market. So that means that by then, the airlines will be very dependent on sustainable aviation fuels. And yes, there will be some niche, I would say, for electric-driven propulsed aircraft, but sustainable aviation fuels, and as you may have seen from my previous slide, will be the second most important source for reduction of CO2 emissions. And of course, the most important is, of course, new aircraft, the use of new technologies, and even today's new aircraft that are sold are much more efficient in terms of fuel burn and therefore CO2 emissions than the previous generation of aircraft. So and I think thirdly, I mean, airlines have been not only asking manufacturers to do better, not only now are asking to have more availability of sustainable aviation fuels at an affordable price, and I think the regulation from the Commission will play into that. Then thirdly, of course, single European sky. We've been screaming for the past decades to finally have a European airspace that it can be used in a much more efficient way, that you don't necessarily have to zigzag through the European airspace to get from A to B in Europe, but that you can fly in a much more straighter line, which is much more shorter distances and much more fuel efficient. So of course, it's all interlinked. And then last but not least, I mean, the airlines have been part of EU ETS. Many people outside of the sector don't realize, but yes, the airlines have been part of ETS since 2012. And we all, the airlines, including the passengers, have been paying in the context of EU ETS. So I think those four pillars will continue to be very important for the European airlines. And it's a good thing, I believe, that the passenger increasingly is aware of green flying and is aware with the fact that airlines are doing efforts together with the manufacturers and, of course, also the airports and to a certain extent also the ANSPs to make flying greener. And that's, I think, very important. It's not just the airlines. I think what we see here today is that a whole European aviation community is really working together like never before. I mean, in my career, I've never seen this before. We're really working together and really putting very hard commitments on the table. And yes, by 2030 and by 2050, you should and you could come back to us and say, well, what have you done in terms of your targets? And we know that calculations are being made and we will be judged upon as an entire sector on the success of our efforts.
Thank you very much. Well, I have a lot of questions for all the speakers, but times fly by plane maybe, and we have to go ahead. I have a question for the audience. Well, two questions. One is from António Moura, Portugal, and it's a question to Guillaume Faury. António Moura, would you like to send us the question, please? I think Antonio is live with us by Zoom, yes? Let's try. If we don't have Antonio Moura now, we have another question, and the question is from Francisco Alves Dias. The question is to Thomas. You are briefly referred in your presentation how Pigovan taxes are the wrong way to go. Lately, the Netherlands approved a tax and Portugal, a PEX tax, and Portugal approved a carbon tax of passenger. Opposing them, what are the main drawbacks for the sector? It's a question for Thomas. Would you like to give the answer to Francisco Alves Dias, please?
Sure. Thank you, Francisco, for the question. Thank you, Francisco, for the question. I think, yes, you see that some governments are putting a tax, mostly that's a ticket tax towards the airlines. And in the case of the Netherlands, it's quite obvious. I mean, they were looking for 200 million euros a year. It was part of the government's agreement, which was, well, in the meantime, we have a new government, but it was part of the government's agreement. And so they were looking for 200 million euros. So I think it's quite clear that these taxes are just a form of another tax. Now, the cynical thing is that the original objective of this tax was to reduce CO2 emissions. And the very famous Dutch Environmental Institute was NLR, I believe, did a study for the Dutch government on request of the Dutch government. And the outcome of the study was that basically the tax that the Dutch government was envisaging would not actually have any impact on CO2 emissions on the mid to long term. Yes, in the beginning, there would be some changes of traffic. Some people, if the ticket would become more expensive through the tax, they would probably fly from Brussels or Düsseldorf. But at the end of the day, the CO2 reductions would not CO2 would not be reduced. And actually, all of the, so to say, credible studies have shown this. So let's be clear, when countries are talking about introducing a ticket tax or a carbon tax nationally, it is a tax like another tax. Now, of course, there's a discussion at European level about a carbon tax, which is, of course, a different matter. But basically what we've seen is that the taxes that are being discussed at national level have only one impact, is that for the positive impact for the inland revenue and a negative impact or no impact on the environment, which is very unfortunate. So it's a phony tax for the environment.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Francisco. And now we have the question from Antonio Moura to Guillaume. And the question is, what is your opinion on initiatives from the local European Union governments, like the new Portuguese carbon tax on aviation and maritime travel in terms of timing and context? Guillaume, would you like to answer to Antonio, please?
Well, with pleasure, but I think my answer will be very similar to the previous one. You have a certain part of the population, small groups, strong in lobbying, which are very vocal against one topic. You need money as a government on the other side, and you artificially bridge the two by saying this tax will solve the problem, and actually it doesn't solve anything. Again, I said in my introduction, we need to be supported. What we need is investment, like what I see happening in the US big time with the Biden administration. Big investment to go in the right direction to accelerate the pace of progress and the decarbonization, not putting tax everywhere that is just making the stakeholders, the players, weak, slow, not able to invest. I really like what was said by Olivier on the airports. Yes, airports like us, like the airlines, have to face massive investments to decarbonize, and we need to be in a good shape. We need to have prosperity to be able to do this. So the idea that taxes would resolve the problem, would solve the problem, it's nonsense in my perspective. There are few cases where taxes are helpful, is when it creates the condition, the sort of what I call the level playing field for people to compete, and then you raise the bar to make sure everybody can or must follow. But when you put taxes here and there, it was said, a tax on another tax, it's not helpful. I don't like this system. I think it's a lack of vision. We really need aviation. We need aerospace. It contributes big time to prosperity, to the social life in a number of countries which are living through making a living through tourism. So having accepted this idea, then we need to help aerospace, aviation to go fast into the transition. And that's basically what I'm calling for.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. It's the CEO of Airbus. And now I invite all the speakers to give us in 1 minute a final message to close this session, this second panel. And I start with Salvatore.
ICAO congratulates the Portuguese presidency of the European Union for having adopted the motto, time to deliver a fair, green and digital recovery for air transport. Post-COVID-19 pandemic, this model will guide the international transport community towards a sustainable aviation recovery.
The final message from Salvatore. Now I invite Dominic. Your final message in 1 minute, please, Dominic.
Yeah, thank you. I think that in the future, the challenge for the air transportation is to become greener, to remain a prominent actor of economic, and to remain a democratic mode. We can have faith in aviation capacity to continue to innovate, to push its boundaries, and to make us dream. Thank you for now and for the future.
Thank you so much. Guillaume, your final message from closing this session, please.
Well, I think aviation is good for humanity. We have a challenge ahead of us, which is the decarbonization of our industry, and we are excited about this challenge. We will work hard to make it happen and to be able to give to our children the opportunity to continue to fly the world, but without impacting the planet when it comes to environment.
Thank you so much. And now, Olivier, your final message.
Thank you, Rosalia. I think clearly through COVID-19, we've seen the European aviation sector coming a long way and really showing great ambitions towards decarbonization. I think we need now the EU to walk the talk and basically work more closely with us in a more aligned way and give us the regulatory and financial support we will need to deliver.
Thank you very much. Very important message. And now, Thomas.
Yeah, I think airlines are looking forward to to grow again, preserving, restoring connectivity, and in a sustainable manner.
Very short, very strong. Thank you so much. Thanks to all, and thanks to all the speakers, to all the audience, of course. We listen to important strategies, ideas, and we listen important messages about how the aviation will be green, more green for a green economy, of course. It was a pleasure to listen to all of you and to stay with us and with you in this room. Thank you again. Let's have some break and let's have some lunch. We will return for the next debate in 1 hour after the lunch. Thank you. Have a nice day. Good afternoon and welcome to the second part of the Aviation Day Conference. Welcome again to this session. The debate this afternoon will be very interesting with a lot of contributes to the world of the economy and aviation, of course, because the aviation is still a success key to the recovery. We have a new debate about that in this afternoon with a lot of information about the digital era. This is a new panel with discuss about the digital paths and the aviation on the future. This is the panel 3. And welcome to the panel 3. To tell us about that, it's my pleasure to welcome Patrick Key, the Executive Director of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency. He is our keynote speaker for the next 15 minutes to tell us about digitalization, the regulatory perspective. Please welcome Patrick and please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Rosalia. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like first to thank the Portuguese presidency for giving me the opportunity to address this group during this session, interesting session on digitalization. Of course, I don't need to convince you that digitalization is important and it has already become a part of our everyday life. And this very conference is just a proof that the fact that after 2020 and the pandemic in 2020, digitalization is more and more part of our everyday life. I would just like maybe to be more specific on what we have done in EASA on digitalization and what we are planning to do in order to prepare aviation on digitalization and how we plan to support the industry on this journey. So first of all, I will start by telling you how we have been working in EASA from a digitalization standpoint. And of course, as with most organizations, the pandemic forced immediate changes in how we were carrying out our daily work. And that was going far beyond the immediate internal challenges of teleworking and operating a semi-virtual organization. And we needed new ways to discharge our responsibilities, and we needed to find answers quickly, and only digital solutions enabled us to do it. So I will give you a couple of examples on how we adapted ourselves to this new digital environment. The first example is the regulatory oversight. We were performing pre-COVID a number of audits, inspections, which were involving regular site visits for review of documents and records, interviews with staff and direct observation. And of course, those on-site visits were impossible in a confined environment, in a locked down environment. And we had to adjust digitally. So we adopted our procedures to make sure that we could perform remote video sessions. And to give you an example, another of magnitude, in 2020, we conducted 23 remote inspections of national administrations across all domains. In parallel, we built a digital oversight application that is now already being used for certain organizations with the goal of extending its use to all organizations overseen by EASA by the end of the year. And we are talking about 2,000 organizations that EASA is overseeing. And our goal is to enable to do more digitally with those 2,000 organizations. But of course, there is a limit to what you can do digitally. And we will need to find the right balance between physical visits and digital visits. And I can assure you that in the future, it will be more and more hybrid inspections that we will conduct of national authorities and organizations. So we do, as part of our job, inspections, audits. We also are issuing approvals. And today we are issuing 80% of our approvals by digital means as a PDF and offering the possibility to verify the validity of those approvals on the EASA website. And by the end of the year, we'll have 100% of our approvals, which will be done through a digital means. We have rules as well, and we have put all our rules on our website. Before, you could access the rules via PDF format, but now we have conducted a project which enables to read all the rules in desktop, tablets, mobile phones, and allows filtering according to key names or domains. This is currently the most popular service which is accessed on our EASA website, and we had, just to give you an order of magnitude, 1 million visits in the last 12 months on those e-rules. Just another example, as part of our environmental responsibilities, we have set up data repositories to increase our overview and understanding of aircraft noise. We already have noise certificate data for over 3,500 individual aircraft, and those noise data are available for aircraft operators, airport operators, air navigation service providers, authorities, and so on and so forth. We plan to have the entire European fleet in that database in the next 5 years. We are also making more and more use of big data. We have launched a very innovative safety program, which is called Data for Safety, which is a voluntary partnership with key aviation stakeholders and funded by the European Commission. We are using data mining technologies to collect, aggregate, and analyze data in one platform, and that enables us to identify and assess systemic safety risks and observe trends in terms of safety. This is certainly one of the key developments that we are doing. So all those things are digital examples or examples of digital activities that we have performed in EASA in the last year. I would just like to give you some examples of how we are trying as well to support the industry, and giving you first the example of drones and air taxis, where manufacturers are very often startups which don't necessarily have a very steep aviation regulatory culture. And this is a new type of stakeholders with different needs, and in particular with a different speed for decision making and a different level of expectation for a regulatory process. We tried to adapt ourselves to this new environment, which is by large a very digital environment, by producing a number of rules which were adopted in the previous years on drones, but also what we believe is the first worldwide regulation on new space. And I know that Florian will talk to you more about this, but this new regulation was adopted by the European Commission in the last weeks. And this is something which is really a breakthrough, which will enable the start of a new type of digital economy. We are also trying to adapt ourselves to the new trends in product and process developments. For instance, we expect that the industry will ask us to reduce the number of actual test witnessing and physical inspections, thanks to opportunities offered by modeling and simulation. This means that our certification of products will shift towards the validation of the models, the validation of the simulation tools, and virtual and remote inspections. We will look more at how the design was developed and less on what the end result of this is. If you trust the method, basically you trust the outcome. So it will ultimately lead to more process-based certification requirements like development assurance or even learning assurance when considering the possible integration of artificial intelligence. Now, talking about artificial intelligence, this is certainly one of the major challenges for the future, in particular for us as a safety regulator. And certainly, artificial intelligence is one of the most significant drivers for any kind of digital journey. So artificial intelligence, from our perspective, can be seen both as a tool for getting value out of a vast amount of data, such as, for instance, in our Data for Safety project, or as an enabler for advanced types of automation. And in particular, the emergence of deep learning has opened the door to applications that were out of reach with traditional software applications, for instance, in the field of computer vision and natural language processing. Advanced human cognitive assistants, which make use of these technical enablers, are starting to be proposed by our industry partners. Concepts such as hybrid AI, using a mix of machine learning and rule-based AI, make it possible to develop applications that can even take over decision-making, which until now was only done by human beings. Of course, such approaches entail a complete adjustment in the way we approach certification and require that we revisit and complement our current processes and standards. In February of last year, we published an artificial intelligence roadmap, which is a plan to be ready to certify the use of AI in aviation safety critical systems by 2025. This is quite ambitious, but we believe that we can do it. The first deliverable, which was the first usable guidance for level 1 machine learning applications, was published last April. And we are working a lot in a concrete manner with partners in industry to test theory against experience. Another example that I wanted to give you on how we support industry is the notion of digital twins, which is being used already today operationally by several industry partners. A digital twin is a living model of a physical asset or system which continually adapts to operational changes based on a feed of data and information. This means it can forecast the future of the corresponding physical counterpart from which the data is provided. And as I said, it's currently used in particular by actors such as Airbus or Rolls-Royce. The digital twins will enable the digitalization of processes, for instance, on operational occurrences or technical changes, and will enhance the reliability, accuracy, and timeliness of maintenance and inspection operations on physical assets. We believe that digital twins is going to be a major improvement in safety in the years to come, and it's starting already to be operational, and we are starting to use it in the oversight of the development of products. So, in closing, I would like to say that I hope I was able to convince you that we have already started on our digital journey, but clearly there is still a lot to be done and a lot of fascinating work to be done ahead of us. Further challenges undoubtedly lie around the next corner, and I think it's extremely exciting to be working together with industry, together with other regulators on those topics. I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to interesting discussions with this distinguished panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick Key, digitalization, the regulator perspective. And now let's go ahead with the panel 3. And for this roundtable, we have with us Luís Araújo, the president of the European Traveller Commission, Tanja Grobotek, the executive director of CANSO Europe, Rodrigo da Costa, executive director of GSA, Ursula Petschel, the deputy director general of European Consumers Organization. For now, we don't have the Zoom switch to Florian, so we have to wait to see if Florian stays with us or not in this afternoon. This panel starts with individual presentations, as the others, with 10 minutes for each. And to start these presentations, I invite Luís Araújo, who will tell us about the passengers' experience and expectations for the future that could be implemented to grant confidence on air transport. Luís Araújo, bem-vindo, welcome.
Muito obrigado, Rosália, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here talking about aviation, but especially about granting confidence on air transportation. I would start by saying that in our activity, mobility is essential. We need mobility to travel. And the past year has taught us how difficult sometimes that is, especially when you have to confront or you're confronted with a situation like the one we lived that forces us to stop and stay still at the same place. the data that we all have says that people still want to travel, but there's something they need. They need trust in the destination, but also how to get there. They need simplicity. We can't have very demanding schemes of access to other countries, and they need clear information. And I'm here to tell you a little bit how to build that trust and confidence from our experience inside the European Travel Commission, as well as in Portugal. And I will start this by externally. How to build trust and confidence from outside the aviation sector. And we know that sometimes that is a big lesson that we learned over this past year, is that we rely a lot on other activities and on other entities. And externally, we need to support ourselves in science and technology in order to have this freedom of movement. And things and issues like the digital vaccine certificates, the negative tests issued by recognized laboratories, digital platforms that respect, of course, data privacy and control, like the IATA Travel Pass and many other passes that are being launched all around the world, are essential for this building trust and confidence. The second one, I would say it's a very simple one. It's changing our focus and not considering risky countries, but considering the risk of a person. And this said, it's essential. This will be the biggest step towards allowing mobility and allowing the rebuild of trust in traveling. Considering antigen tests or other quick tests with less costs. And recent studies show that a single antigen test is as reliable as a 10-day quarantine process. The feasibility of tests has improved a lot. So this is essential in order to rebuild trust. The second issue has a social matter. We need to train our flight personnel and our land personnel to be in contact with passengers. We have different needs, of course, from this kind of passenger, from any passenger. And it's crucial that we have protocols in place, like the one that we have in Portugal, Clean and Safe, that we have in many other countries, in order to reestablish this trust, as well as reducing the interactions with people, maximizing the digital interfaces. And third, there is a legal one, which of course is above any other, that passengers should fly with no restrictions and no quarantine. Tests should be the solution. Certificates like the certificates of vaccination, testing, immunity should be the solution. And we had just a few hours ago very good news from the Commission saying that Europe should open very shortly and in advance of the summer season to many other countries, and this is crucial, to vaccinated people, but also to those who demonstrate, I hope, that they have the ability to travel and they are not a cause of concern. So hopefully these external conditions will be crucial to extend trust and confidence in traveling. Then there are internal reasons, and I would say that the air sector has been an example in terms of how to deal with this kind of situations, how to improve safety and trust among their consumers. And of course, this confidence is also based on bringing digitalizations to the forefront, helping people understand that air travel is ready to restart. It's about taking a new look at how any airline can incorporate technology into this process to better serve its customers, to generate more value, and to become more efficient. And I would just want to give a few examples, giving a better passenger experience through personalization. And digital and technology can help us very much on this. Amadeus, in a recent report, highlighted that airlines could increase revenues by 15% when creating personalization strategies. So this is crucial right now. And digitalization can also support the use of multi-channel analytics to analyze behavioral data and provide some more personalized experiences to travels. So we think in the European Travel Commission that airlines can assess how to treat and manage these different segments and look to have a more integrated relationship with the passenger. The second one is, rather than offering all to everyone, we should break down the journey into the stages of booking, airport, onboard, and post-arrival. There are different needs and surely different kinds of information in these 4 parts of the journey. And rather than making a product for all, we should look to improve this offer and present the opportunity to take, once again, personalized offers to support the person experience and journey. The third one has to do with improved customer support. More than ever, our customers, our clients, our tourists needs a lot of information, but mostly support on their traveling experience. And this is crucial, not only for airlines, but especially for destinations. A fourth one has to do with crisis management. We all know how critical this has been during the past year. We think this will become part of our daily life. We will have to manage this crisis and be prepared for them for the future, and enhancing how to communicate this change to passengers is vital for our activity and for this rebuilding of trust, especially in this post-COVID era. Finally, how to have more integration or bigger partnerships with other partners. The buzzword in digitalization and post-pandemic is the ability for airlines to really drive forward the vision of application programming interfaces connections. These play a large role in digital transformation and are key tools to allow travel businesses to provide value to their customers and ultimately to compete better. In conclusion, and just to be very brief, for the sake of time, we know and we understand inside the European Travel Commission that digitalization and analytics will allow airlines to build more trust and more confidence with both externally and internally efforts to do so. So thank you once again, and I'm glad to answer any question that you have in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, and stay with us, please, for the next roundtable. Now we listen Tanja Grobotek. You will take us to travel on the subject towards digital and integrated airspace. Welcome, Tanja.
Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of Council 35 European Air Navigation Service Providers, I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency for allowing us to provide our vision of the future of digital sky. It is evident that today the focus of aviation industry is firmly fixed on recovering from the devastation of impact COVID-19. It is equally clear that we should not allow COVID-19 to stop innovation in aviation. We must find ways of building resilience, plan for the future, and ensure air traffic management industry is ready to handle future increase in traffic in safe, efficient, and sustainable way. The dramatic reduction of flight has caused a significant drop in revenue for all NSPs around the world. A recent IKEA economic impact analysis showed that all regions of the world experienced a massive reduction in revenue, which directly correlates to NSP's investment capabilities. And you heard during opening remarks even more devastating statistics for Europe. So it is essential for NSPs worldwide, including the Europe, to invest wisely. Funding ATM system upgrades can be very expensive, and right now money is in short supply, as mentioned. However, as new technology accelerates, there will undoubtedly be opportunities. As an industry, we need to remain focused on post-pandemic to make sure that we are ready for the future demand when it arrives. Digitalization and virtualization are activities that NSPs have committed to for quite some years now. As they increase interoperability, flexibility, and scalability, thus providing flight efficiency gains and giving environmental benefits and reduction costs. Digitalization is fundamental to current ATM activities, and it's key to creating the digital European sky, which is prompted by the whole European aviation sector. It is important to ATM, whereby significant efforts have been invested in the last 10 years in modernizing tools used by whole system, air navigation service providers, network manager, airspace users, as well as manufacturers. And all this came together in single European sky and coordination by CESAR JU. Digitalization is a key pillar of the Council vision, outlining the importance of including such technologies and solutions for the future of air traffic management. We reiterated our commitment by signing the Joint Industry Declaration towards the Digital European Sky and the Joint Declaration on the Future of the Single European Sky, all initiatives led by European Union. Digitalization will enable improvement performance through the modernization of the information exchange infrastructure and through new concepts for area control center and tower operations. So same as initial remarks from Patrick Key, it's not something new to us. Many NSPs already have developed these technologies and are engaging in corresponding implementation projects, improved data sharing, facilitated by swing concept and services-oriented architecture, will also boost innovation, which will ultimately lead to even further enhanced performance. The future of the single Europe sky should rely on fully integrated the latest CESAR technologies to transfer Europe aviation infrastructure, enabling to handle future growth while minimizing environmental impact with optimal trajectories. This must be complemented with engagement and incentivization of early movers. However, as the aviation sector has been heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, where the drastic reduction of air traffic has hindered the whole value chain, it is unclear how long this crisis will last and when we will start shifting to recovery. So we need to focus on clear and immediate actions. So these actions would be maximizing the potential of digitalization is key to the future success of aviation through Europe. The aviation industry is being transformed by digitalization, which increases automatization and exchange of data among all parts of aviation value chain. But this is only the start, and digitalization will play an increasing important role in the future safety and efficiency of the aviation industry. In the midterm, the digital transformation of ATM, which will enable higher level automatization and virtualization of services, which will contribute to greener, safer, more efficient, resilient, and more scalable air traffic management, as well facilitate the safe integration of all new airborne vehicles, including drones, supersonic aircraft, airspace vehicles, and more. New types of air vehicles are seeking access to the airspace to provide new services and business to society. These include urban air mobility vehicles and small unmanned delivery vehicles, along with their system and infrastructure. The integration of these new air vehicles is placing additional pressure on the existing aviation system, and it's one of the critical issues the aviation industry will face in the future. All stakeholders are committed to development and deployment of solutions allowing the safe, fair, and secure integration of all types of air vehicles into airspace based on digital European sky framework. UTM and the digitalization of Europe airspace provides the opportunity to evolve traffic management in general. As ATM moves towards increased sharing of information, providing a myriad of benefits, we also need to take steps to ensure the system is secure and risks are managed. The performance of the future ATM system relies on a high level of security across the whole aviation industry. We can do this by not only ensuring ATM infrastructure itself resilient to attack, but also that the system will provide information that can be used by other stakeholders and organizations to act and protect air transport and the aviation system as a whole. Finally, the importance of supporting the speeding up of innovation is also related to the fact that the current and future technologies can generate deep and long-term emission reductions towards EU climate neutrality in 2050 through the Clean Aviation Partnership and Integrated Air Traffic Management Partnership. For this reason, the digitalization of the European airspace ecosystem can contribute to an effective environmental improvement of the sector. ATM Master Plan from CESAR-JU is our industry project plan until 2035 that NSPs are commitment, same as whole industry. Many investment projects can take many years between the initial outlay and the realization of the benefits. Therefore, we must not stop investment. And finally, the transition to new system requires not only the establishment of new physical infrastructure or IT systems, but we mustn't forget our staff. So we need to do corresponding training of the staff, both operational and technical, and the jobs will evolve. And this just to demonstrate that we have not been strangers to the digitalization, and it's been integrated in what we do. These are many programs that we have made and developed for our NSPs or for impact on aviation as a whole. Thank you very much for your time and listening, Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanja. Please stay with us for the round table. And now, Rodrigo da Costa. Rodrigo will tell us about space for a safer, greener and digital aviation. Welcome, Rodrigo.
Thank you very much. And I will also try to share my screen in a moment. Thank you for inviting us today. And yes, I would like to talk to you a little bit about how space also contributes. And I'm just sharing my screen in one moment. Yes, that should be okay. Yes, how space is contributing for a safe, greener, and more digital aviation. So indeed, space and space-based technology, space-based applications, services, and data support a vast number of economic sectors. And obviously, space is also intimately related and used in the aviation sector. Here, I try to depict what, in our view, are the three main areas where space will play a role in aviation. Obviously, on what concerns sustainability, making the aviation sector more sustainable, for example, through efficient operations, optimizing capacity, reducing emissions, and all these through an improved optimization of routes. Digitalization, the topic of today, space allows smarter airport operations, better traffic management, enhanced vision systems. And one of the challenges we see ahead of us is how space is supporting autonomous vehicles with an economic ecosystem being created in this area. Now, I think in the space sector, or in the aviation sector, sorry, EGNOS is well connected, is well known. EGNOS today, the European Regional Enhancement System for GPS and soon for Galileo, is being deployed basically everywhere in Europe. Today, EGNOS is already in 770 approaches in almost 400 destinations across Europe. And we continue to increase. We have achieved today, or we will achieve soon, that all airports with instrument runways will be using EGNOS by 2024. So EGNOS is becoming part of aviation, and indeed, even in many markets or in many applications, is even replacing some of the traditional systems. In addition to the traditional aviation, more and more, we see as well the deployment of EGNOS in the helicopter world. For example, medical services. We have recently here in Prague, in the Czech Republic, we have already deployed the first EGNOS landing procedure in the central airport of Prague. It is being used by Air Green, it is being used in Sweden, it is actually being used in many, many places. And here it is important to notice that at the GSA, we are of course ready to work with operators and with infrastructure owners in order to organize specialized webinars on how EGNOS can support different applications in the aviation sector and beyond. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the connection, in this case, Galileo, the European Global Navigation Satellite System, and a particular application in search and rescue. Search and rescue of Galileo is today mostly used for sea rescue, but we are experimenting as well the usage of the Galileo search and rescue in the aviation world. And in particular, a unique feature that Galileo brings, which is the so-called return link capability, meaning the ability of, through a return link, giving the acknowledgement in the beacon that an emergency message has been sent, how this can help aviation and how this can improve search and rescue at large. Another area, and I've mentioned it already before, of course, the future urban air mobility. This will count, of course, on the fusion of many sensors and many applications, but space will play definitely a fundamental role. Here we are working on what we call our differentiators in Galileo and in EGNOS vis-à-vis other systems. For example, the open service navigation message authentication, which is a particular capability that Galileo will offer soon, such as the high accuracy service, which will enable even more precise and even more reliable navigation based on satellite systems. And indeed, why Galileo and what are the advantages of using Galileo vis-à-vis other systems is indeed it supports the increase of availability, in particular in what we call the urban canyon, so the urban environments. And as I mentioned as well, it will include soon the high accuracy and authentication capabilities, which are two important differentiators for making navigation more resilient. Now, what is next? There's still a lot going on. If we look at EGNOS, of course, now that in 2024, we will achieve an important milestone. We want now to bring EGNOS to the general aviation. And here we are working together with EASA on the working groups, also with the national authorities, on how to bring EGNOS to general aviation. And then building from there, making the use of EGNOS more and more generalized. And not wanting to be long, with this I conclude, and I'll be glad to participate then to the Q&A later on.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you so much. It's time to invite Ursula, who brings us the topic, the importance of passengers' protection, electronic means for complaints management.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon. BIUC, maybe just to say it at the beginning, the organization that I represent is an umbrella organization, and because we are hosted in Portugal, so to speak, I would like to mention that DECO, the Portuguese consumer organization, is our member organization. And thank you very much again for the invitation. I think the pandemic has shown very clearly that we must do certain things differently in the airline sector. The crisis management by airlines, I think, has unfortunately had many negative consequences for consumers, particularly in the first weeks. There have been, due to the mass cancellations, a lot of problems for consumers with regards to the lack of information about their rights, misleading practices, the imposition of vouchers, huge delays with reimbursement of already paid tickets, etc., etc. So as already, I think the first speaker said, I would very much concur with saying that it is absolutely essential that consumers can trust again and can regain trust in the aviation sector. I would just like to mention maybe 4 points that we think are essential in that respect. The first one is about compliance and enforcement and redress if something goes wrong. So consumers need to know that if something goes wrong, they can trust that they will be compensated. Complaints handling is also very important in that regard. Second point is the prepayment business model that we see as the predominant model in the tourism sector, and that is something we think should change. Third is insolvency protection. We have seen a lot of airline insolvencies in the past years, and consumers lost a lot of money because of that. So that is also something to address. And I would like to make maybe just a few remarks also about the green digital certificate. So the first point about enforcement, which I think there needs to be a focus on it to regain consumer confidence. And with regards to digitalization, I would like to mention a new platform that we have under the so-called CPC regulation, which is the network of consumer protection authorities and their cooperation, which is based on this regulation. And it has, since approximately a year, a platform where also consumer organizations can issue so-called alerts. So when they see or when they suspect infringements, they can alert the authorities. And this is not only about consumer rights, but it also covers passenger rights. So that's what we did the very first time in the history of BIUC. We were taken the possibility to do a so-called external alert because we saw that many airlines in the first week of the pandemics did indeed engage in unfair practices towards consumers, and that is what I mentioned in the beginning, which was about not informing consumers about their rights, but rather misleading about the fact that they would, for example, have to accept a voucher when they even didn't want that, or being massively delayed, or not reimbursing at all the ticket that was already paid. So we alerted the authorities through this digital platform. And the consequence of that alert, which was already done in July last year, is that an investigation has started by the respective authorities, and this investigation is still ongoing. But I think that this new platform, which is indeed a digitalized tool, has many advantages and should hopefully lead to more effective enforcement. It allows authorities to receive directly the information. It allows that to happen simultaneously for all member states alike. And it's also a tool to communicate with stakeholders where relevant. So this is a very interesting development. We hope now that the investigation will really lead to a good result for consumers and will particularly ensure that such practices will not happen again. Even though it was a crisis, this cannot be then managed on the back of the consumers. Another element in that regard where technology can be very beneficial is automated refund and compensation that could be given to consumers automatically without them having to specifically file a complaint, which very often they don't do because maybe the amount is not high enough that they could get, or maybe it's too burdensome and complicated. We have seen such technology in place already in the railway sector, for example, in the UK and Sweden. And let me maybe mention that the Court of Auditors, in an evaluation of the regulation on passenger rights in 2018, explicitly recommended the use of automated mechanisms to compensate consumers. The next point I wanted to make is about the prepayment by the passenger of the price for the transport that is very typical for the business model in place. And it's quite a long-standing tradition in the tourism sector, but it has proven unsustainable in the period of crisis. One of the reasons why the crisis had such a massive impact, negative impact on consumers, was precisely that this business model allows companies to permanently be financed by consumers, and the money for flights is paid in advance. But during the pandemic, airlines were thus not capable to reimburse consumers, and consumers had to struggle for many months, and some are still struggling with getting their money back. So the current system requires that the new bookings constantly come in order to ensure the liquidity of the company. But this is a circle that obviously cannot be maintained when it comes to difficulties. It crashes. To strengthen the resilience of the sector, the business models should therefore be replaced by and that's a term that is already used in practice, a pay-as-you-check-in system that, as I said, already exists in certain sectors, but we think it should be generalized. And our German member organization, consumer organization VZBV, they did an economic study into this question and found that this business model of pay-as-you-check-in would be perfectly possible to establish. The third point, very briefly, is about airlines insolvencies. Unfortunately, we have seen since 2011, so since in the last 10 years, we have seen 87 bankruptcies in the airline sectors. And that has affected more than 5 million of consumers. And we know from a study of the European Commission that the average loss, the financial loss of a consumer is 400 euros. So this is quite a significant amount of money. And this is why we ask for a mandatory guarantee scheme for airline insolvencies that we have already in the package travel sector, but that should be expanded to the single ticket sector as well. And last but not least, because it was also mentioned by the first speaker, let me say that as consumer organizations, we of course strongly support the Green Digital Pass, the vaccination certificate. We would just want to make sure that it contains or that it comes with the relevant information about what may be additionally needed in certain countries. If there are tests, which are the tests that qualify and are accepted. We think that testing should be for free, at least as long as there is not a broad availability of vaccinations for the whole population. And importantly, I would like to mention that, of course, the free movement should not depend entirely on a vaccination certificate. So in other words, there should not be any discrimination against people who maybe could not be vaccinated for health reasons or any other valid reasons. And that's particularly relevant for the private sector that should not use that to discriminate against certain passengers. That's all from my side, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ursula. Well, Florian can't join us until now, so let's see the video sent by Cesar. And now it's time to start the round table, and I start with Luís Araújo. Luís, as said Tanja, we will see more and more automation. Luís Araújo, I will ask you a question, some provocative question. The digital path and the aviation of the future still needs humans or just autonomous airplanes and robots? What do you think about that?
Well, that's a wonderful discussion that we have in the tourism sector for many, many years. What we say is very simple. Let's leave the humans to do what they're best with, which is dealing with other humans, and leave artificial intelligence and technology and softwares to do what they're best of, which is maximizing the operations wherever we are. So I would say that it's a matter, of course, there has to be a link between both of them. And we're very much focused. That's why the component of improving skills from people, especially in terms of digitalization, is crucial. But I would say that this can be a wonderful opportunity to improve not only our efficiency, but also focusing on what people do best, which is dealing with other people.
We need to preserve the human touch, of course. How to combine this, the digital and the human touch, to have a good service, a good client experience?
Well, I would say that each one has its role, and for us, as we see it, it's not a matter of separating or dividing what is technology and what is human. It's about taking advantage of the best each has. That's why we're focusing so much on training, on digital training. Just in Portugal, we gave online training in digital, in technology for more than 75,000 people during 2020. Of course, everything online. And I would say that digital and sustainability are the two areas that must go hand on hand. So there is space for everyone. We just have to focus and get clear goals on whatever we want to do in one area or the other.
Luís, as you know, we talk a lot about 5G in Portugal. What kind of role do you predict to the 5G between these two worlds, the digital and the human touch? What kind of role could have the 5G?
Well, I'm not an expert in 5G.
I know,
that's for sure.
As a tourist expert.
No, we believe that anything that facilitates communication, the integration of systems, the ability that we have, and I think that the biggest lesson we had during this past year was to refocus and rethink about many things that we did the same way over the past years. And that's why I started my intervention saying that the air connectivity, not only the airline companies, but also the airports and every stakeholder related with the air connectivity has been doing a tremendous effort in answering the needs of the consumers in order to adjust to their immediate needs, but most important, to plan for the future. So I would say that the 5G can be a wonderful opportunity. Once again, if we focus on the ability of concealing both or trying to have a conciliation between technology and the human part, and putting them into the service of travel and tourism, which is obviously our focus.
Thank you, Luís. Tanja, you give us a perspective, a view of the challenges facing Europe air traffic management. Tell us about innovative tools that are needed for a successful evolution of the system. What kind of tools?
Thank you. These are mostly automation tools, and we are already using them. So I would say we have quite a number of technology already available for us, but it's a safety critical technology, so we need to implement it wisely and carefully with support of EASA to make sure that everything is in the safe. So the jobs that are currently done by air traffic controllers are evolving with time. They have not been the same as before, and they will change in the future. So there are automatization tools that enables us to give more efficiencies. It is possible to control any piece of airspace physically from anywhere else. However, it's a question also of sovereignty of the state. So it's a bit sensitive decision how these arrangements will be done. But we do have examples of situations where one NSP is controlling a piece of airspace of another state. So we have things. What is also in the future, I think we have opportunity to learn. Somebody posted the question on the chat about blockchain. We can learn a lot from UTM service providers, drones, or the technology they're using and how they manage drones. So we can learn a lot from them. But also, as Mr. Patrick have mentioned in his opening remarks, there are different kind of industry which are not sensitive to safety critical aviation business as we are. So they can learn from us too. Everything is about integration. Thank you.
Integration, automation, and of course, technology. Rodrigo, in your presentation, you talk about sustainability, digitalization, and autonomous vehicles. Tell us more about how to combine everything and at the same time be competitive. How can we do it?
So, yes, thank you. Now, from in our point of view, indeed, the navigation satellite systems. So satellite systems, they really play an important role in all of that because, for example, EGNOS is helping more remote or regional, less accessible airports to become more accessible. This will, of course, create new opportunities because a number of ground-based systems for air traffic navigation have a certain cost and put a burden limitation on regional and remote airports. Satellite-based systems, on the other hand, they do not. Also, satellite-based systems, such as EGNOS in particular, allow more flexible approach paths, and these all makes aviation more efficient. More efficient means lowering the costs and obviously supporting the challenges that in particular the aviation industry is going through these days, but also reducing fuel consumption, which means automatically a greener and an aviation with a smaller ecological footprint. And these are two very important things, and they are very important things for the European Union at large. For us, when we deal with space technologies for any application, in particular for the aviation field, it is very important to continuously keep in mind what are the priorities of the European Union. As a European Union agency, we of course work for a EU economy that is more resilient, that is greener, that is more digitalized. And I think indeed satellite-based technologies in the aviation sector can help exactly on that. Then you mentioned as well the unmanned element, and in particular, I would focus for a moment in drones, in the drone area. Drones is something that 3-4 years ago was not in our focus, was maybe a side, maybe a bit of a niche. Today, if we look at how drones are developing and the applications that are coming from this type of technology, it is really massive. It is massive. We are working with postal services to speed up deliveries. We are working with medical services to make sure that medicines and the number of critical supplies are delivered on time, also using drones. And all this is space-based data, space-based services. So indeed, I think on all these elements, there is an important contribute.
Rodrigo, and how can the drones change completely the concept of the last mile?
Yeah, definitely they can, because it depends. For example, if we look at the transport industry, at the freight industry, indeed the last mile today is very much based in the traditional and delivery. If we look, and we are making studies, for example, with postal services of some of the EU member states to have the last mile delivery being done by with the support of drones, and this is, of course, this changes many things, changes delivery times, changes costs. It ends up changing also environmental footprint as well. So indeed, if this technology is demonstrated, it can significantly modify the sector.
Thank you so much, Patrick. If you stay with us, I ask you if you like to comment, and what can the regulator do to face this new reality of the last mile, the drones, and all this automation of the concept of aviation? Are you there?
Yes.
You still with us? Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Very interesting topics. We are just finishing a study on the societal expectations on drones. I don't think, we will replace male men by drones. It would mean that we would have thousands of drones flying over the heads of people in the cities, and I don't think that's necessarily what citizens are expecting in terms of safety, but also in terms of noise. Now, this being said, what we saw was that there was a very strong appetite in general for drones in the society, but provided that there are not too many of them. And that's really something that we need to look at. There were trials involving Google in Australia, in Canberra, I think, where they were doing deliveries by drone of goods. Very good. Everybody loved the service, but a lot of concern on the noise of those vehicles. So this is really something that we need to take into account on, what could be acceptable by the society in terms of exposure to noise, exposure to safety incidents. If you have thousands of drones flying in cities, I'm not sure this is something that we would like to see too much in the future. If you have a couple of hundreds which are flying in specific areas, possibly, yes, there could be a huge added value for this. So we need to be a bit careful on all this and look at what is really not only feasible technically, because I think, like Rodrigo mentioned, technologically, I don't think there is any major challenge that cannot be overcome, but it's more in terms of business models and overall societal acceptance that we need to work.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Luís, do you agree with Patrick and Rodrigo about this, all of this concept of last mile? And it's something who impacts in the client experience, of course. Luís Araújo?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think that what we've seen in the discussions we had here so far, and from what I hear, is very much aligned with what we are doing inside the ETC. We've had several discussions regarding the issue. Of course, I also have to say that our biggest focus right now also in terms of destinations, and I'm talking not only about Portugal, but about many other tourism destinations inside Europe, is regarding the sustainability of the activity and the planet. And this is something that we're very keen to increment. We know there are action plans and roadmaps in order to improve the performance in terms of sustainability, especially for the airline companies. But it's vital that we accelerate this issue also. So I would hope that for the next panel, it would be not only about digital and technology, but also about sustainability.
But do you think it will be accelerated by the pandemic in the next few months, or will be stopped by the end of the pandemic?
I think it's impossible to stop. The lessons we had over the past year, it's impossible to stop the acceleration that we had so far in terms of technology. Once again, We can never separate technology and sustainability. And my hope, and we've seen that sustainability during the past year has been, I won't say the poor parent of the equation, but we really have to think about this and establish clear goals, even more ambitious that we have right now, in order for these two items to be clearly in our roadmap.
Tanja, Patrick, tell us about the regulator and the framework. In your opinion, we need a simplified and harmonized legislative framework to achieve a better regulation principles. Do we need it?
Yes, always. But the regulation should not be the purpose of everything. So, look, I will just give you an example now. It's not related to digitalization, but just a simple COVID situation. When we needed some protocols of how ETCO's vaccination testing should be done. EASA stepped up very quickly, provided some guidance how we do that. Also, with the new technology, it is very critical to have regulation. We are focusing this discussion to Europe, but in the future, we are talking about wake retrieval of flights, of type of the flights over North Atlantic. And once the technology is mature, we need to work with in parallel together with the regulators so we are able to utilize that technology. So we do require regulation and the policy. Earlier on today, there was a panel on environment when colleagues from ACI and AOE were talking about what initiative on Destination 2050 and what is required. So one of the early achievements that can be done with in single European sky. So it is technology, but it comes also with the right policies in place that can always be improved and better. So we need them. We need them, but they should not be purpose for itself. Thank you.
Rodrigo, it's so important to talk about digital as talk about decarbonization. Ask you how the digital can help, how the digital strategy can help us to accelerate decarbonization policy.
Sure, thank you. No, it is indeed true that digitalization, digital technologies can have a very important role, or will have a very important role in achieving the Green Deal targets, so climate neutral continent by the mid of the century, including all the decarbonization targets, etc., etc. And here, okay, I'll bring it a little bit again to my topic, which is the usage of space-based technologies. But here we see that on many sectors, and aviation is one of them, but I could cite examples from many other sectors. Indeed, technologies can have a fundamental role. For example, again, making flight paths shorter, having a better utilization of airspace, shorter flights means less fuel consumption, etc. One aspect I still didn't mention is there are, in addition to navigation, also other space-based technologies. And here, for example, let me talk for a moment about Earth observation. So basically, images and mapping from space, which has not only a near real-time effect, but allows us to know our environment in a much more precise manner. With this, for example, we can rather rapidly analyze the situation of pollution, for example, in certain areas and divert flights or have other paths to make pollution manageable, improved flight operations. So there is really a lot that can be done. And I would make a link maybe with the previous question that you had on what concerns the usage of regulation. Of course, regulations are very important. They also have a bit of a dangerous element, because if we regulate too early or too strictly, we may put economic sectors in difficulty. So there is always a difficult balance to achieve there. But regulation also plays a very fundamental role. I will give you an example, not directly related to aviation, but I think it can be extrapolated as well. Today, satellite navigation is basically in every car. Every person that owns a car has a Galileo/GPS navigation device installed. And we were reflecting for a long time, why not connect this, for example, with emergency services? And this is why there is a regulation that is in place since 2018. It's called the eCall regulation, which mandates that all new cars in Europe need to have an emergency system that includes satellite navigation. And here was important to make yet another link, which is not only the link with satellite navigation, but with the European satellite navigation, in this case with Galileo. Why? Because in addition to all this and all the advantages that technology brings, it is always very important, and sometimes more, sometimes less in our focus, but as well that we keep our strategic autonomy as Europe. The strategic autonomy of Europe is a very, very important line. And I think, of course, even more, and I think, let's say, the general awareness on the importance of strategic autonomy has actually grown in the general population with the pandemic situation we are going through and hopefully finishing rather soon.
Patrick, do you agree with Rodrigo about this balance between regulate or not?
Absolutely. I fully agree with what Rodrigo just said. I think regulations, if they are properly drafted, can actually be market catalysts. And they should never, as Tanya mentioned, they should never become too cumbersome or too complicated. But you know, we have been approached by many players in new and innovative technologies, asking us to help them because there are no rules. And if there are no rules, it's a bit like the jungle or Western. You know, then you don't know what you know what you develop, but you don't necessarily know what your competitors are going to develop, and how your product will end up in the market. So just to give you an example, you know, we have a lot of discussions these days on air taxi, which are going to transport passengers over short distances, typically between an airport and the center of a city. This is, I believe, good for the passengers, in particular in congested cities where it would take 1 hour, 2 hours to go from the airport to the center of the city. But with those new offers, it could take only 20 minutes. And there, the question is, what is the target level of safety that you want to have on these vehicles? Is it the same as if you were on a bus, if you were in a subway, or on a motorcycle driving, you know, on a highway? So, and basically, all the industrial players are asking us to give them a clear reference that they could build their products to fulfill, because depending on the level of safety and depending on the level of noise as well, that you will set in the regulations, basically the architecture and the performances of the products will be completely different. And that's a market driver, and that's where we need absolutely regulations in order to help the market to develop, and that's what we are trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I will return to Ursula, but first I have another question to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, we heard that GSA is becoming a European Union SPA in a few days. What are the main challenges you have ahead, and what will it bring to aviation?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, we are ongoing a process of transformation, which will end in the weeks, maybe week, with the publication of the new EU space regulation. And we did the creation of the EU Agency for the space program, which is the evolution of the GSA. Today, the GSA is mostly dedicated to satellite navigation, uptake, service provision, on EGNOS, Galileo, security aspects, of course. But with the evolution to the EU Agency of the Space Program, so EUSPA, we will indeed get other competencies for other space activities of the European Union. And I have mentioned Copernicus. I will also mention GovSatcom, which is governmental secured communications. And I think by bringing all these elements, satellite navigation, satellite imagery, satellite communications, bundling together, I think indeed there will be increased synergies than for the end markets, for the user markets. And in particular, in the case of aviation, as I've mentioned before, in addition to satellite-based navigation, of course, for example, imaging, pollution mapping, better terrain monitoring, etc., can indeed boost the utilization of space technology, data, and services also in the aviation sector.
Well, Rodrigo, we are on the pandemic, and you have been talking about EGNOS, the helicopter emergency services. Can you elaborate on why EGNOS is a game changer and how the GSA can support these implementations?
Yeah, at first let me say that whereas EGNOS was developed for aviation, we have been seeing indeed an important uptake of EGNOS in other sectors. Agriculture, for example, today a big user of EGNOS, but also indeed in the helicopter business. And this has been booming in the recent times by other reasons than the medical emergency. But indeed on medical emergency, we see an advantage, and we have already hospitals across Europe where the heliport in the hospital is equipped with EGNOS, because medical emergency and medical emergency helicopters, of course, they need to fly with every weather, in every circumstances. They need a high resilience. And we know from accidents in the past, when in Portugal, some very unfortunate ones some years ago, whatever can improve the safety and the efficiency of medical transport is important. And indeed, we are being contacted by many hospitals and the corresponding infrastructure to install this capability. So EGNOS approaches also on heliports in hospitals, because it improves the resilience, allows flying with in certain weather conditions, etc., etc.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Thank you so much. Ursula, what kind of impact the digital could have on the client experience, and what do we need to have a more and more friendly airspace, European sky to the consumers? Please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
I was quiet for such a long time, I forgot to switch on my microphone, sorry. In regards to technology and digitalization, maybe let me come back to a few things that I heard just from the other panelists. So first of all, there was mention of personalization of offers and probably also of prices, I assume. This may be very important and indeed can increase or improve the convenience for the passenger or for the consumer. But we also see a lot of downsides of personalization currently, because it very often comes with a very privacy intrusive business model. So personalization is often a pretext, if I may say. Now I'm talking generally, not specifically on the aviation sector, that it means really an exploitation of the personal data of consumers. And we see that many people, they don't necessarily want to have personalized services, but what they want is to have a choice. So they want to be able to say, I don't want to be tracked, I don't want to be profiled, I just want to have the same service as everybody else, and then I can choose. So I think it is very important that consumers, if there is personalization, if they want that, they can have trust that it is well done according to the GDPR, that the data are secure, that they really get an added value out of it. And if they don't want it, that they have a choice to say, I don't want to have these recommendations or these specific tailored services. I want just to stay as an average customer on your in your system. So that's important. The other aspect I wanted to raise is related to artificial intelligence. And I think what we know from the surveys that we have done is that consumers have high expectations when it comes to artificial intelligence. They, for example, think that in traffic management, now general traffic management, that can play a really good role and facilitate the situation. But they are worried about two things. Again, what happens if something goes wrong? So that's the liability question. Do I know who to turn to? Who is going to compensate? Because there will be many actors in the chain. There will be developers, there will be manufacturers of products and services that are empowered with AI, etc. And the second concern they have is oversight. Will there be human oversight? And in particular, when it comes to authorities, will the authorities be capable of knowing what is going on, of understanding the risks of these systems and managing these systems to the benefit of society and of the individual. So this is why I think it's very important what the Commission recently put on the table with the horizontal regulation on AI. And also there is another proposal pending about specific liability for high risks application. I think this will be very relevant probably also to the aviation sector. So in terms of in regard to regulation, I just wanted to underline that it's not only about ensuring access to markets or in providing certainty about certain standards that then will apply to everybody and thus opening opportunities to businesses, but it's also the most important tool to protect people and to make sure that they can trust the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ursula. We are near to the end, but we have some questions from the audience. One question is for Patrick Key, and the question is, what does the digital revolution that you are implementing in AISA translate into national supervisory authorities? What will be the future skill set that they will need to develop, and how will you assess their progress? Patrick, if you want, I can repeat, because it isn't just a question, but 3 questions.
Yes. How long do I have to answer this question? This is a very good question. No, we need to work together with the national authorities because, you know, in the EASA system, you have the agency, but you also have the partners, which are the national authorities. And it doesn't make any sense to give our acceptance for a new AI product, for instance, to go to the market if at a later stage, and this is coming back to what Ursula was saying, the national authorities, which are actually overseeing the implementation of the product, are not capable of having the right level of oversight. And that's something that we need to engage with the member states. We will start with looking at how to digitalize typically licenses for pilots, for controllers. We'll look at how we can also train inspectors, oversight authorities in new types of technologies, AIs, and so on and so forth. But it's going to be quite a journey, and we will need to take it with the pace that we need to take. But certainly, the pandemic has offered us or created an opportunity to go faster, in particular in terms of remote inspection, risk oversight. You know, the approach to the oversight of products and organizations in an environment where you cannot go and visit the people or the organization is completely different, and this generates a new way of doing business. And we are on this path. We are working together with our partners, and I think we will make good progress in the next months, like we already did in the course of 2020.
Thank you, Patrick. In the new way of doing business, we have a lot of technology, of course. And the next question is about blockchain. Could be to Luís Araújo, for instance. How do you see the blockchain technology in the future of aviation, digitalization, and in the immutable records that industry requires? Luís, could you help us to answer to this question? Give us your opinion. Luís Araújo, yes? Please turn on your micro. Yes, now I can listen to you. I think so.
Okay?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Well, technologies such as blockchain, I think, will have a huge importance in terms of air connectivity, but also in terms of safety, as a measure of safety through all this air connectivity. We've seen some very good examples in other areas. And I suppose, as I said previously, the acceleration that we had during 2020 will surely be much more seen implemented in the field in the future years.
Thank you so much. Maybe Rodrigo could complement and answer this question about blockchain. Rodrigo, would you like to answer this question too?
Yeah, well, not much I can add on the specific technology, but I think indeed it's important to retain what Luis just mentioned. I mean, technology has changed our world, will continue changing our world. I think it is important that we foster its use and its adoption. And again, let me focus again the important element of the relationship with the strategic autonomy. So European technology needs to play a very important role.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, now I'm really near to the end of the session. So I invite all the speakers to give us in 1 minute a final message. Please, I start with Patrick. Would you like to share your final message, please?
Yes, digitalization is no longer an opportunity, it is a reality, and we just need to accompany the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very short, very direct and precise. Luis Araújo, your final message to this audience.
Well, my final message is hoping that we will have mobility restored very, very soon, and trusting on the messages we just seen from the Commission this morning and very recently with the implementation of the Digital Green Pass will very, very soon be a reality. For the well-being of Europe, but most important for our internal well-being as a person, because we really need to improve and to restart the activity, as we all hope so, sooner than later.
Yes, I agree. Thank you so much, Luis. Tanja, your final message, please.
We should not allow COVID-19 to prevent us investing in technology. This is the only way we're going to be able to deliver when the traffic demand returns and to have safe, efficient and sustainable way. So we need to continue.
Thank you so much. Rodrigo?
Just to say that a greener, more digital, resilient economy is clearly our objective, and with the economy, including, of course, the aviation sector. Many elements will play into that. We believe that space-based technologies will also have a role to play.
A lot of ingredients to the recovery. Thank you, Rodrigo. And now, Ursula, please, your final message to close this session.
Let me be very short. So the message is that technology must serve people and not the other way around. And technology must serve both the industry and the consumers of that industry. And so the future digitalization should really be something that works to the benefit, and that aviation industry takes into account what consumers want and what their concerns are. And so in that way, I think it can be a fair and beneficial digitalization, and particularly now with the pandemic, I think there is every interest to gain back the trust of consumers into this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ursula. Thanks to all the speakers, all the audience. And now to point out the important moment of Lisbon Declaration, I invite for this moment Ingrid Scherfels, Philip Cornelis, Luis Ribeiro, Director Generals, to take the floor.
Thank you, very much. It is my real honor and pleasure to introduce, together with Philippe Cornelis from the European Commission and Luis Miguel Ribeiro as our host, the Lisbon Declaration on the Recovery of European Aviation. Aviation, and specifically in our region, has been very impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. Passenger volumes were down by 80% at the beginning of the year and remain very low today. For more than 14 months now, different measures have been put in place by member states, international and European organizations, and by the aviation industry to control the spread of the virus. Some of these measures have had a detrimental impact on travel and the movement of people. We really need now to be forward-looking. The upcoming summer presents a unique opportunity for the sector to start its recovery. Should this opportunity be missed, the consequences would be very, very severe for the European aviation sector as a whole, but also for tourism and our economies. The ECAC Secretariat, together with the European Commission and the EU Presidency, have cooperated in developing the Lisbon Declaration on the recovery of the European aviation, following also a consultation with all ECAC member states. The aim of the Lisbon Declaration is to provide a common and consistent message that would help an orderly return to operations for the summer, providing the industry with much needed certainty to plan for its operations, and to the traveling public to plan their future trips. Let me mention some key elements of the declaration. The declaration emphasizes the need for a strongly coordinated approach across Europe as vaccination is being rolled out on a large scale. It also emphasizes the need to provide as much certainty as feasible with regard to what measures, restrictions are still expected to remain during the summer based on the evolution of the pandemic. Such measures should be sensitive to the scale of their impacts on travel and rely on a risk-based assessment of the latest scientific evidence. While we all agree that vaccination should not be a precondition for travel, we need to determine how vaccination in conjunction with other layered measures could be reflected in progressive alleviations to travel restrictions, including quarantine and traffic rights. The situation is still very fragile as the virus is mutating, but it is only with common efforts that we will overcome this crisis and rebuild our aviation sector as a key component of our economies. Please, if we could give the floor now to Philippe.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very well, thank you.
And so also from my side, from the side of the European Commission, we are very happy that all the Directors General in Europe, Directors General for Civil Aviation, managed to agree on this declaration that shall now be known as the Lisbon Declaration on the recovery of traffic, with its focus on all the right elements to go from crisis to recovery. And we are particularly grateful for the clear recognition we are getting from the DGs for many of the actions that we have undertaken over the past year and are planning in the coming weeks and months. What counts now for all of us is that this declaration is doing its job as a call for further action. And indeed, we are working already on some of the next steps, on additional measures in coming weeks and months. First of all, the question of the opening of borders to essential and non-essential travel, both within the EU to restore the right of free movement in practice, but also coming in to the EU. And this morning, the Commission made a new proposal for a Council recommendation on external travel to start this discussion. Of course, always in line with what is possible epidemiologically. Secondly, we need to work on further harmonization of border measures, of travel restrictions, so that passengers are able to travel where testing and quarantine possibly is still needed, that the rules are clear, transparent, predictable for passengers. And for that, we hope to be able to produce an update of the EASA ECDC travel protocol sometime in May or June, hopefully around the same time that also the digital green certificate will be adopted, again, hopefully in June. That should give all of us in Europe the possibility and the right to get a certificate for vaccination, testing, or recovery that will be recognized by other European countries and hopefully also outside Europe. But of course, all this will only work if two key prerequisites are met, namely that our member states in the EU, in the rest of Europe, are ready to collaborate and harmonize the actions going forward. And that will require that all of us in the aviation community make our voice heard to explain that aviation can operate safely in today's and tomorrow's circumstances and thereby restore freedom to travel and support important parts of our economy, as Ingrid was saying. Thank you very much. And we fully support the Lisbon Declaration.
Thank you very much. Luís Ribeiro, how important is this Lisbon Declaration?
Well, thank you. For us, it's extremely important. And on behalf of Mr. Hugo Mendes, the Secretary of State for Infrastructure, that regrettably was not able to join us, it is up to me to welcome and fully endorse the Lisbon Declaration on behalf of the Portuguese presidency of the EU Council. For us, it is the recognition of what we've on the community, in the aeronautical community, have long known, is that although we are a big part of the solution to this COVID crisis, we are not alone, and we really do need cross-domain cooperation, namely with the health authorities, namely with border control and other public authorities region-wide, to solve these problems. It is for us very important that not only in the EU but in a vastly more greater area of Europe, we stand in one voice to recognize this and to try to pave the way for this increased cooperation. And of course, we welcome all the work that has been done by industry stakeholders, the aviation, and notably by the EU and the Commission and the EASA and the CDC on the health safety protocol that provides a framework for the safe resumption of air travel and an increased base for consumer confidence in the resumption of travel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a very important declaration, of course. And now, to close the closing session, I invite you to give some final message or some conclusion you want to share with the audience.
Well, thank you very much. And again, apologies on behalf of the Secretary of State that was not able to join us. We have been listening very, very closely, and I have been listening very closely to this fruitful debate, and my first words as we draw near to the closing of this conference are of gratitude for the time and effort put into it by all our speakers and their interventions and the high quality of those interventions. We heard a lot of converging thoughts on how public authorities and industry can work together to help Europe resume air transport and the key role of aviation in the European single market and the free movement of citizens. I could quote some of the interventions that you asked our illustrious speakers to share with us. From Henry Cololay, let's build back better together. From Eamon Brennan, let's preserve what we have and grow it. From Ingrid Sheffield's, only with common efforts we'll overcome this crisis. The list could of course go on and on, and they're very powerful and very concise messages that we could all agree to. For me, in terms of resuming the three panels, it is, and the key messages that I will take from them. We had the first panel more centered on COVID, its impacts, how we can recover, and that's something that we've been working on for the last year. So it is important that now we are in the verge of moving forward and getting the tools to do that. It was our intention when we tried to organize this conference to have the later panels 2 and 3, more focused on the future. And I think that we did achieve some balance on this. And we start to be more forward-looking to the challenges that decarbonization, greener aviation could bring to the future of Europe and the mobility of its citizens, and later on to the discussions of what digitalization will mean to the future. And on digitalization, for me, it was quite clear that digitalization works on two perspectives. One, more business-to-business oriented, efficiency, new prospects for increased capacity, and it's important, the importance of AI, etc. And another dimension that must not be overlooked, what it means for end consumers, prospects for personalization, tailored traveling needs, etc. And those must, at some point, interact with each other. And that was I think one of the main takeaways from our last speaker, I believe Ursula, that said, well, they must converge at some point, and digitalization and AI must not be ultimately left to its own devices. Mm-hmm. In conclusion, and on a broader perspective, as someone once said, aviation is the business of freedom. Freedom from the bounds of gravity, freedom from the bounds of geography, from political borders, and freedom from a very well-known reality. Freedom to explore new places, cultures, and truly explore our world in all its diversity. This is such a present feeling in the minds of aviation professionals that even when we discuss traffic rights between states, we talk about 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th freedom rights. 7th freedom sounds much better than cabotage, doesn't it? So COVID-19 deprived us of our freedom and took us prisoners in our own homes. And although you can still use the contribution of our colleagues from the telecom business to call your friends and relatives and to have more than a fair share of work-related teleconferences, we have been deprived of a large portion of our freedom for a long time. Thanks to the record-setting speed of vaccine development, manufacturing, and the aviation power distribution, we are now reclaiming that freedom. And the message from all the stakeholders is quite clear. We need an integrated, coherent, and coordinated response across the region, with clear and predictable rules and a framework that enables recovery. Aviation will also need to evolve to fully embrace the green economy and the targets for decarbonization, and integrate the digital revolution without compromises on resilience and safety. Aviation has in itself all the ingredients to resume growth if we continue to provide the correct environment. Human nature and our desire to explore will do the rest. I thank you all for your attendance to this conference. I hope it has met your expectations, and I wish you an excellent rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luís Miguel Ribeiro. It was a pleasure to listen to all the speakers and stay with all this audience. Thank you so much. Since the morning at the Aviation Day Conference, they gave us a lot of important ideas and strategies about the future of the sector. At the Aviation Day Conference, we spoke about recovery, public measures and cooperation. Be green, decarbonization and new energies includes hydrogen. At the digital path, at machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, client experience and confidence in travel, all of these will be very important to the future of aviation. Digital isn't about the future, but about the present. That's what we learn today at the conference. In 3 words, this event predicts a more green, digital, and I said stronger aviation to the future. Thanks to all the audience from Lisbon in Portugal. Have a nice day.